Hello. Happy Friday. I hope you are absolutely tickled to get into the weekend. I know that I am. Yes, I love a good Friday. It means that it's date night tonight. Gonna go out, have some fun. Forget we have kids for a little while, yeah. I mean, we don't actually have kids, but that's how the song goes. Welcome, 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 welcome. I don't have my tea. I already drank all of it this morning, so I'll make tea on my break, but I'm here for you. I'm here to enjoy get into the spirit of the weekend vibe that I feel like Friday should have. Yes, that it's very important for Friday to have. Very important Friday vibes. And that's why I wore my date outfit night for you. So you can pretend. I always love gloves, and I always want to add gloves to the outfit, and then it's usually the right choice to not always wear gloves, because they're pretty fancy. Gloves are they're up there. The gloves and the loves. Hello, howdy. Hello, my sweet Lisan Agib. Lisan Agib. Oh, this pillow's going real far and wide. You stay right in there. Yeah. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Allow me to assume my position. Oh, it's Diz. Oh, it's been a minute, Diz. Where have you been? What have you been busy doing? Surely not fighting the rising tide of fascism. That seems to be going unabated. Unabated, the rising tide of fascism is. Hold on. There we go. Ooh. Oh, I forgot that this dress is actually multiple layers. There's like a top layer and a bottom layer. So I really get to layer myself while you guys imagine layering me as well. Go ahead, use your imaginations. Enjoy. It's more than that, what could anyone ask? Yeah. I guess to have like non-chafing thighs. Okay, there we go. So, did you know that you have butt hair because of your chafing thighs and your chafing butt? And the butt hair is what is going to prevent the chafing. Isn't that phenomenal? Yeah. I feel like that's literally everything. That's like the whole entire world right there. I like that. Okay, it doesn't really matter. It honestly doesn't really matter exactly how my desk is. But I wish that it was reversed. One of the drawers goes in further than the other. And it's this one. And I want it to be this one so that I can put my feet more forward. And then I can like sit more facing the audience. But this is the drawer that slips in a little bit so it has more of a ledge for my foot to sit on. And this one doesn't. Oops. Okay. I need to relax. I'm being extra. And there's no reason for it. I mean, other than it's Friday. Hello. Yeah, you're right. You're sorry you've missed me. And yeah, you love my frickin' streams. Damn straight you do. Yeah. I have the same dress in red. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a good one. I recommend it to all of my friends. Just kidding. When are you gonna wear it? Like, where do you wear this to? Unless you're in your 20s and you're like going out dancing all the time. Yeah. I am just, this is my date night outfit. This is my stream outfit. But I also don't know if I would actually wear it out on a real date night. A dress with 2 layered skirts going out? It's kind of crazy. How do I? Maybe just like that? Okay. Just like that. It's Alex, and he's the bit machine. Welcome, Alex. You are a bit machine. That's a beautiful amount of bits that you're giving me. I encourage it. Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay, don't let me move. Oh man, that's not gonna. I have to move. I know. I love a chunky heel. I'm doing a kind of retro hair thing, so I thought that a chunky heel would go with the retro hair. Retro chunk heel, retro hair. The dress is not a retro style dress. It's a pretty modern. Oh, there we go. It's sitting on. Yay! Oh, yay, so fun. I live for it. Oh, finally, a chatter whose username actually matches up with their actions. Yeah, we do get a lot of just talk guys and not actually hand over the bits guys. Yeah. I had the perfect spot and my feet were like perfectly balanced, and now I don't know if you can tell they're sliding. Oh, is it because I moved my chair? I rotated the chair. Hold on. This is making a little bit more sense now. I'm like, why is this so difficult today? Why is today so hard to get into a good comfy spot? I rotated my chair because I realized that this part of the armrest was covering a little bit of the Canadian flag over here. And it's really all about this Canadian flag. It's really all about it. I am a proud Canadian woman. You guys are supporting proud Canadian content. And there needs to be more of it because there's just not enough of it. Yeah. Thigh piggy? I don't know. How do you gift? I feel like you're not living up to your username, Mr. Thigh Piggy, because how do you find the best thighs on the internet and gift exactly one sub? That doesn't make sense to me. I imagine that if you really, really, really loved thighs, the moment that your eyes spied mine, it would be like a game changer, would it not? I hope that it would. I mean, there's no accounting for taste. Who knows what this person's life is like? Perhaps I shouldn't go too hard on him today. Bonjour from Montreal, feeling feisty, feeling freaky, fantastic, frisky, flashy Friday vibes. And a birthday shout out to all of our Aries out there. It's your season, let's go crazy. Yeah, you hear them going nuts outside already, it's happening. Let's see what he did. 5 gifted subs for a total of 6. I mean, I guess we'll have to see if he does another 4 to get himself up to 10 to really solidify himself. Double digits. I'm here for both of your thighs. 1 digit for one thigh, another digit for the other thigh. These are the ways of the world. These are the ways. And if these aren't the ways, then I don't want to live in that world. I want to live in the world where these are the ways. I like these ways. I live for these ways. Yes. Oh, game changer indeed. Yeah, the symmetry of the giving should really match the symmetry of the V. Oh, and speaking of the symmetry of the V, oh my God, I had physiotherapy last night. I wrapped up stream. I had like an hour and a little bit after that, and then I had to get ready to go to physiotherapy, and I was getting ready to go to physiotherapy, and I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be late. Oh fuck, I'm gonna be late. You gotta go. And then I got there so early. Like, I feel like I stepped into a time portal all of a sudden, where I was like, oh, you're gonna be so late. There's literally no way that you could be on time. And then I got there so early that she still had her other client with her. Like, I was too early. Anyways, I had my physiotherapy appointment last night. I am so happy. Oh, wait a minute. Another 5 to make it 11? This is crazy. What are you doing? This is a crazy thing that you're doing. I'm not here. Okay, I guess. I can't tell him what to do. He's just going to be going nuts now from now on. Where are you from? Southern Ontario. From right here where I am. I've never left, and I may never. Oh, it did get turned up to 11 after last night's Severance episode. Last night was the final episode, the season finale of season 2 of Severance. We're not going to talk about it today. We are going to talk about it on Monday. Exactly, because we can't have any spoilers today. There are so many people who are only able to watch it over the weekend, and we want to be able to let them enjoy it as much as we did, which was like, it was a movie. It was like a full Severance movie. It's around 70 minutes, which is over an hour, and it was a movie. I was jumping up out of my seat in my living room. I was screaming at the screen. I was crying. I was so shocked. I was so shocked and so surprised. And then I was so happily reminded of exactly why I love this show so fucking much. Yes. Oh, it was so, I can't wait to rewatch. I can't wait to rewatch the entire series. Because I really feel like that season finale, I can see how, I hope that this isn't a spoiler. This is what I heard before the episode as well. So I'm telling you what I knew before the episode. In the reviews from industry professionals who review television shows who had seen the finale, they said that it could have been a series ender. That's how good it is. It actually does really feel like it starts wrapping up a lot of storylines, which is actually wonderful. But I feel like they're wrapping up these storylines only to then actually get into the real meat. I feel like in the first 2 seasons of Severance, it was a lot of introductory, so much world building, and they really took their time to give us like all the pieces on the chessboard. And so in the 3rd season, I can't wait. I'm really excited because I imagine that for the 3rd season, what they're gonna do is start throwing out, just like start rebuilding, creating new paradigms with the established circumstances. Oh, I love it. It's really good. It's really, really good. Sounds awesome. Yes, Apple Television has agreed that season 3 is going to happen. They're like already on board with season 3. And they're like, it's not going to take 3 years to get to season 3, which is also really, really wonderful to hear. Because, oh my God, like I think I can wait like a year or 2. 12 to 24 months feels like a really, really long time, and it is. But it's also not an impossibly long time. Like, I can survive that. I definitely can't do another 3 years. Definitely not another 3. And they've already started writing it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I believe that, yeah. I join periodically, says Oliver's Clothes Off. Oliver Clothes Off, I get it. It's Juicy J. And the Instagram posts always just draw me in. That's true. That's true. That's true. John Turturro's coming back for season 3. He said, oh, thank you for the $10, Thigh Piggy. And you said, thank you for letting me simp for you or whatever. I have no fucking clue what you said. I don't care what your words are. I care that you're on your knees with your mouth open, ready to serve me with everything you fucking got. Just like Abdulaziz here. Yeah, you need to start gifting subs. You are very far behind. Look at this guy's already done 11. You should probably do 10 right off the bat. Oops. You have to bring it here, my love. You gotta bring it here. That is Oliver Fraud, and I am the real Oliver. No. I went to elementary school with the real Oliver. He was like such an Oliver. He was like an OG Oliver guy. Go get the ball. Oops. Oh yeah, that's good actually. Yeah. Look at all these sweet Olivers in chat. I like the name Oliver. I love the name Devin. I like the name Steven. Do you guys know why? What do all those names have in common? What I've heard is that the season 3 showrunners won't be back, but it could have been rumors only. So sometimes in TV shows, when you hear of these types of changes, it can spell disaster. Like, it can really, really spell disaster. Literally such a good boy. What a good servant. Doing exactly as he's told when he's told to do it. Yeah, he's simping. Simping away. Another 10. Another 10. Oh, Thigh Piggy. Oh, and Thigh Piggy thinks that it's his time to show. No, Thigh Piggy. You shut your whore mouth, Thigh Piggy. It's time for Abdul to Just kidding, Thigh Piggy. You actually should speak up. Yeah, you should actually, yeah, say more. Oh, wow, is this The Simpsons? I was talking about something. I was thinking of The Simpsons in particular. F-22 Raptor, my sweet A-cat. That when in season 8, when the bulk of the writers of The Simpsons left the series, it was terrible. It was awful for The Simpsons. It was basically like the death knell for it. It signaled albatross on the ship. You're fucked. So I don't think that's the same thing for Severance. I have the feeling that if they're bringing in new people for the 3rd season, it's because the creative team feels like it's right to bring new people in for new perspectives and new ways of telling the story. I think that's a good thing. It feels good that the show is getting bigger, even if the same core I mean, I feel like the core principles of the show have been so well done, and the bar has been so firmly set. I'm excited for new people. I hope that these new people are, like, I mean, Severance has done a great job of picking all the right parts, you know? Gwendolyn Christie! Wow, her and the goats. I knew it. Wait, Adulipses, I'm confused. Oh, wait, is this... Hold on. I think the leaderboard's just taking time to catch up. Because I feel like now we're at 50. But the leaderboard just says 40? I don't know what that's about. And Thigh Piggy, you should probably do another 5 to get yourself to 20. And then it's like you did 10 for each thigh. And, I mean, each thigh is definitely a 10 out of 10. So that seems just, like, appropriate. That just seems okay. The 2 new people are, one of them is from Succession and the other is from The Walking Dead. I hear good things about Succession. I'm excited to watch that one day. I couldn't even get through the first episode of The Walking Dead. I hated it so fucking much. I hate it. I just got 7 people that were trying to steal about $3,000 worth of merchandise from a store, and they were trying to flee. I think that's good. I think that's a good thing. I also think that... I read a webcomic the other day about a woman doing her shopping. This woman's webcomics are usually, like, funny and silly, and so this one was really out of... Yeah, this one was really out of touch. She was doing her grocery shopping, and then somebody bumped into her really hard. And then rushed out the front of the store. And she was holding diapers and baby formula and a bunch of other food. And the cartoonist realized that this woman was stealing from the store. But she was stealing, like, necessities of life, yeah. Abdulaziz, you are literally so fucking right. Like, you know it to be true, and you feel it not only in your soul, but I feel like also in your body, and you're definitely feeling it in your wallet. Oh, good boy. Sorry, good slug. Good peon. Good servant. Good simp. Oh, the Lululemon yoga pants is not a necessity. That's the thing. I'm like, yeah, so sometimes people steal for necessity, in which case then I'm like, oh no, we should let them have this. Like, why are we not, like, why do they feel like they can't have this? And then there's, like, a lot of people who it's like, I want yoga pants and I want flat screen TVs. And I also want yoga pants and flat screen TVs. Actually, I don't want flat screen TVs. I prefer projectors. Yeah. This guy left his religion for me. To be honest, I think your religion abandoned you and then you found me, the devil. But if you want to see it whichever way, I'm fine with either of those. Yeah, it's absolutely allowed. And encouraged. Hail Satan. Hail Satan. It's me. I'm Satan. I'm the opposite. But might just be an I thing. Yeah. You're a demon of lust. I am. Sorry. I really hope I'm not getting sick. But I also think it's kind of like the time of year when you do, because of a bunch of different things. Number one, it's warm during the day and freezing cold at night. So the temperature changing up and down, it can make things really dry. It can also make things really airborne. Yeah, the allergens are all about. The temperatures all over the place. Ritus is like, you do not speak to V that way. You do not ask the Twitch streamer to spit on you. You just give her money and then you rejoice when she says, you're such a stupid idiot. I would literally spit on you. That's right. That's how you do it. All right. Gift another 10, Aziz. Oh, God. God, I'm trying to smite. Trying to smite me? You want me to be smote? Smoten. Smote myself? Smote. Ow, I got smote. Yeah, my nose is a bit stuffy from the temperature change and the heat and the hot. Oh! You also, like, inflammation? Like, inflammation is maybe everything. Like, the more I learn about our bodies, the more I learn about the way that we react to, like, everything that's happening in our lives, the more I'm really starting to understand that it's, like, a lot of this has to do with inflammation. And just, like, my face, I feel I've been putting a lot of... sorry. I keep getting so distracted by everything all the time, but I actually have a story that I want to tell you. And it has to do with inflammation and relaxing these things and our bodies and stress and all we have to do. So I went to physiotherapy last night before severance. And I'm so happy. Oh my God, I'm so happy. I love physiotherapy. I love physiotherapy so much. Because I'm really seeing like a difference in my... Oh, he's such a good servant. He really is. I'm noticing a difference in my body. I'm noticing where I used to hold tension and where I'm starting to let go of tension. I'm noticing where it's chronically poking up again. And I'm definitely noticing where it's like so many different deep layers of tension just living in my body forever. And so, going into physiotherapy last night, I was talking about how on my on-film camera class, I was noticing that I am holding so much tension in my jaw, so much tension in my throat, so much tension in my chin, so much tension in like my shoulders, in the back of my neck, in my head, in my face. I was watching myself in my on-film acting class. What is this? Oh my God in heaven, he's going insane! I'm just gonna ignore him, to be honest, and just keep telling my story. Because you guys are here for me, not for this worthless idiot just like throwing hundreds of dollars at me. I'm here for him, you're here for me. So I noticed all this tension there, and I was like, dear physiotherapist, I feel like we've been doing a wonderful job of working out the tension in my body, working out the tension in my feet, to the point that like, my feet are more beautiful now. There was somebody on the subreddit who commented on a picture of my feet, and he, very correctly, was like, these feet are hideous. These feet are disgusting. Why would anyone masturbate to these ugly looking, gnarly feet? And I agreed with him. I was like, yes, my feet do look gnarly. They look like grippy, dirty little hobbit foots. And I never really understood why. Why did my feet always look like little grippy hobbit foots? Why didn't they look like these beautiful, relaxed, little fucking nibbleable Hershey kisses? I couldn't figure it out. And then I started going to physiotherapy, and I realized that man who was like kind of bullying me on the internet for my ugly ass fucking feet was correct in a way. My feet were gnarly because I was, and I still do, hold all of my tension in my feet. I just like try to relax my whole body, and all of the like tension, I suppose, just kind of like filters all the way down. And then I used to I'm not used to, I still do, just like grip in the extremities, you know? Same thing with my fingers. Felt like I still even struggle with the idea of relaxing all the way to my fingertips. Whoa, I have eyeliner all over this finger. I didn't even notice. It's kind of a cool pattern, actually. So, going to physiotherapy, thinking about how I'm really holding my tension in my feet. I'm really holding tension in my jaw. And there's a connection there. There is a connection there. Your feet are the lowest part of your entire body. Your jaw is the lowest part of your entire face. And these are connected in our minds. These are connected in the way that our soul creates a uniformity in our experience of our body. When I went into physio, I'm so happy now that my feet are getting more relaxed, which is also giving me more sensation in my extremities. It's wonderful. It's so amazing. And as I was talking with her about my jaw tension, she came behind me. She was feeling it, and it actually kind of broke my heart. It made me a little bit sad. She came behind me. She very gently started feeling behind my neck and my ear and was like, whoa, do you feel how tight that is? And I was like, no, I don't. So I'm getting Botox. She gave me a wonderful recommendation. Not technically a referral exactly, but kind of a referral. She gave me a referral for Botox in my masseter. If you guys look up masseter Botox, it's for TMJ, which she's like, yeah, girl, if you've been grinding your teeth and if you're noticing, and then even she felt my jaw and she was like, whoa! She's like, yeah, you can feel that there's the bone underneath. Here's the bone, it's nice. And then there's a thick layer of tense muscle, just like hanging out right here. And then there's flesh on top of it. Yes. Oh, sorry. You guys are worried. You guys are worried because I'm saying that I'm going to get Botox in my face. I'm not getting Botox in my eyes or in my mouth or in my cheeks or anything like that. I'm getting Botox in the muscles of my jaw. So what happens is I go to sleep at night and my brain kind of just starts like ratcheting up. Oh, geez, what if this happens? What if that happens? What if these things happen? What if all of this terrible stuff happens? And the way that my body then physiologically prepares for the onslaught that my brain is just previewing for me is I clench my jaw, I hunch my shoulders, and I get ready for the fight. What if all these terrible things happen? Well, I'm ready for the fight. I do not need to be ready for the fight all the time. I have been ready for the fight my entire fucking life. I get to relax. I get to relax. So I'm very excited to get some masseter. Yes, getting Botox in your face is very delicate. It can have terrible results. If you do too much Botox or if it's done improperly, it can kill you. It can disfigure you. It can disable you. Yeah, these are all very, very true things. It's also very, very true that getting a muscle paralyzer for an overworked muscle is therapeutic. And this isn't because I want to look prettier. Like, moderators, can we ban the guy who's saying, you don't need this, don't do this? Or just time him out, maybe for like 10 minutes. You are not my physiotherapist who recommended this to me. I don't need Botox for my face or body. I'm not trying to look younger. There's a huge misconception that Botox is just like gonna freeze your entire face and you're gonna look like Joan Rivers. That's definitely not. I feel like you're just an ignorant idiot and don't know what Botox is, and I feel like I don't need to explain it to you. It's your fault for being ignorant of it, not mine. Yes. Yep. Hello, the view, the sunlight, and I would hug you well. Oh, nice view. Okay, neat. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just sitting here and you are looking at the bottom of my thighs. It's wildly erotic. It's crazy. It's crazy sexy. The bottom of my thighs. It's wild. I don't know either why it is, but yeah, people seem to be like, wow, these are the bottom of your legs. I can see like these parts of your legs. This is very sexy. And then because most men have never even come close to touching a woman, they actually don't understand the physiology of a woman, so they think they're seeing a lot of things that they're not seeing. And that's great for me. That's great for me. That means I get to show you a lot less and you think you see a lot more. Your dog has a nice mustache. I'm a sleeper agent that activates when I hear mods ban him. Yeah. Yeah. I also think there's literally nothing more fucking ridiculous than somebody who's had chronic teeth grinding and jaw pain for their entire life being told by some nobody on the internet, no, you don't need it. You don't need Botox. I don't know how Botox works. I don't understand it. And then you know what? Oh no, you know what's gonna happen next? We are gonna see a huge influx of am I the asshole posts written using AI on Reddit, and it's all gonna be about women. Or maybe guys. I think this is what it's going to be like. Are you ready? I can already tell you what the next part of the internet is going to be because it's all so desperately fucking predictable. It's going to be guys saying, am I the asshole for loving the way my girlfriend looks? Am I the asshole for loving the way my girlfriend looks? And this guy's going to be like, me, 32 male, and my girlfriend, 28 female, have been together for several years. Our relationship is basically perfect. I've always loved her the way she is. But recently, she's been, and then insert some sort of like, it really doesn't matter. It actually has no fucking bearing on anything in the story, but for whatever reason, people who tell these stories always set it up like we had a perfect relationship and then my partner got swindled or drawn in or like hornswoggled by women. This group of women. Either this group of women that she met in like a spin class, or a group of women she met online, or a group of women she met through a friend of a friend. These stories always kind of just like seem like this guy is saying, my girlfriend got friends and now all of a sudden she's like becoming an independent person, and that is very threatening to me. Exactly. What blog did she read? What magazine did she pick up in a waiting room that she should not have? Yeah. Basically, a lot of these stories are... Ew, moderators, can you ban this guy who called me a pretty doll? That's the exact problem. So many men so casually just view women as like an accessory to their life or an item to enjoy. Every guy I've ever dated has, without realizing what they're saying, like without even noticing how fucking ridiculous and awful it is, has said to me, I just like how wonderful you make me feel. And it's like, yeah, no shit, you idiot. I'm putting effort into doing that. Maybe you could too. Oh, maybe you could too. You've got nice shoulders. Thank you. I'm working on making them nicer every day. Because that's where a lot of the tension sits. But we all have it. We all have it. Yeah. Oh, this is so funny. Sigma Shadow. I don't want to like lump you into this category of like stupid men who are failing at life. But you asked the question, so what's wrong with showing some appreciation? Telling somebody, I love how you make me feel good, is not actually showing them appreciation. It's paying them an almost backhanded compliment. Because the reality is, when adults love, when adults feel that they are being appreciated by somebody else, they actively appreciate that person. They don't just give them a token pat on the head. Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks. I notice you're doing all this work. It really is the equivalent of getting a stick of gum from your boss on Christmas. It's like, this took you no effort to do. It takes you absolutely no effort to tell me, hey, I like the way that you treat me nicely. That doesn't make you vulnerable. That doesn't require anything other than just you opening your mouth and expelling wind from it. Kind of just a fart from your face. Yes, yeah. If you can tell that somebody is putting energy and effort into making you feel good, you don't just say, hey, thanks for doing that, and then check the boxes if you're all done. If you notice it, you're not obligated to give it back, but if you know you're not going to give it back, well, then you better be ready to stop receiving it. Who's entitled to this without having to give anything back? Not a single person on this planet. Not the poet, not the big Turk, not Stretch. Yes, it has everything to do with the actions. A lot of really shitty, awful people love using words as if they're actions. As if just saying, I appreciate you, and I don't want you to feel hurt, is enough? Yeah. I love that you guys think that you can see my vagina. I love it. I think it's great. I'm also sitting here like, oh, is that my vagina? And then I'm like, no. My vagina does not begin at the very bottom part of my thighs. That is a shadow of the inside of my legs. That's just how shadows work. And look, if I move a little bit, it moves because that's just a dark shadow. I'm sorry. I'm wearing black shorts underneath my dress, but you're not seeing my black shorts. You're just seeing a dark shadow. I think it's okay. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get banned for having shadows. They can't force me to be two-dimensional. I'm already that way. Do you ever go climbing, Vi? I joined an indoor gym a few months ago and it's been a blast. Show me your gums. I'm going to show you my nails. I love my nails. And I love my nails so much. I'm probably not going to cut them to go climbing. Although I know that climbing would be super duper fun. And I know that I would really enjoy it. Like, my pussy actually is in between and, like, inside my torso. It's crazy. I'd recommend an 1/8 inch or shorter. Not gonna. No. That, like, my nails are long. I would never. I can't ever. And I like my long nails. They make me feel pretty fancy and powerful. Yeah. So yeah, no climbing for me. That's okay. Maybe one day when I cut my nails, I'll try it out. I'll give it a go. But probably not today. My favorite part of going to physio yesterday was, number one, she did a great amount of, like, stimulating. We did a lot of, like, trying to relax and, like, trying to get my shoulders to lay down, because they really don't. They love to be hunched up. And they don't deserve to be hunched up, because I actually have really beautiful shoulders that deserve to lay down. And I'm so happy. I'm so good with this, because my previous session, she had told me about a fight that she got in with her boyfriend. And this was a bad fight with her boyfriend. This was like big red flags. Sometimes you can get in fights with your boyfriends and it's like, oh my God. You both were butting heads and then you both came away from it learning more. This was not that kind of fight with her boyfriend. They had gone skiing. She was, like, expressing to him, she's like, I am not confident skiing. I am doing this as a favor to you. I feel really nervous about skiing. And she's right to feel nervous about skiing, because people die skiing, actually. Like, I had a fuck buddy whose best friend died skiing. He hit a tree. He just literally hit a tree and then he just instantly died. That was it. There was nothing they could do. You can also break your leg. You could break your spine. You could break your neck skiing. So if somebody's like, I'm afraid to go skiing, you take that into consideration, that they're fearing literally for their lives, because your life can be changed by a skiing accident. Think of Liam Neeson's wife, Miranda Richards. She died. She fell skiing. She got up. She said, I'm fine. And then she died of, like, a brain hemorrhage within the hour. So my physiotherapist is going skiing with her boyfriend, and they go, I can't remember the exact, like, details of the story, because I was getting physiotherapy as she's telling me this. But she ended up, I think, falling and feeling just so stressed out, just done. Like, they went up the hill. I think she asked, like, is this hill difficult, or is this steep? Is this hard? And her boyfriend had been like, no, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. And then she went up there and she realized it was actually more difficult for her than she was comfortable with, and that he had downplayed the difficulty and put her in a situation where she's already feeling like she's in danger, and now she feels like she's in danger, and recklessly endangered even. As she was telling me the story at my last session, in my heart of hearts, I'm like, oh my God, I need to tell her to break up with him. I must. I simply must tell her to break up with him. I'm her patient, and I have no right to tell her this, but I'm thinking it. Hearing about this from her would make me tense my shoulders. That's a very interesting point. In a way, it does. And I actually think that's probably good, because, yeah, hearing about this is like, oh no, what would I do in that situation? But then as she's telling me, she is also lowering my shoulders. I'm in a safe place with her. She's telling me this story. She's giving me this narrative, which is engaging me, but it's not traumatic. I don't feel nervous or scared or upset by the story, because I can tell by her tone of voice, I can tell by her energy, that although this was upsetting, she's not upset. She knows that the situation was upsetting, and she was upset, but now she's not upset anymore. Now she's thinking about what happened, and she's thinking, so why did this happen? Because I don't want it to happen again. I don't want this dynamic. Oh, and I loved it, because she's telling me this, and I'm really listening to her, and I'm hearing her, and I'm hearing that she's like, I don't want this dynamic. I'm noticing this is a red flag. This isn't how I want arguments to go. This isn't how I want my relationship to go. And so I had been like, okay, I'm going to tell her that she shouldn't be with her boyfriend at my next session, depending on, like, what her and I talk about. If it comes up, I'm gonna do it. And then I went into my session yesterday, and she was like, I've made a decision. I've made, like, a big life decision. And I was like, oh, can we talk about it? I was like, is it appropriate? Like, is it appropriate for me to ask? Because, like, I'm your patient and you're my physiotherapist. And we talked about it for a little while. We talked about, like, where is the line between patient and physiotherapist? Where is the line between appropriate and inappropriate? And we agreed that we're both the type of people to be like, our relationships with other people is part of our physical interactions with them. And so as she is physically interacting with me, I do think it's valuable that I know what she's carrying in her body and that I know what I'm carrying in my body, and we both know it for each other. It makes it more therapeutic, I think, because it also shows me, and this is very important, Peter Levine talks about it in his book, In an Unspoken Voice. He talks about how it's very important that therapists never assume the mantle of perfect healer, because that's not how it works. Therapists are not perfect healers. Therapists are imperfect guides that we work with together towards healing, which is an imperfect situation, an imperfect experience. So it's good to see that your therapists are human beings who have struggles themselves and are going through their own lives. Not that your therapist should be dumping on you, but I've had all of my therapists, my massage therapist, my psychotherapist, and my physiotherapist. So many therapists. I've had all of them respond to me sharing my life by connecting with me and saying, my life is so different from yours in every way. Like, everything about my life is different than yours. The path that I took, the people around me, the way that I even think or interact with the world. And I know exactly what you're saying because I found myself in that same situation. And I love it. And it's just, it makes me feel so good to know that even though we don't look the same, we don't sound the same, we don't even behave the same, there is something similar in each and every one of us. And I see a happiness and a wholeness in each and every one of them. And I'm looking to find that in myself, and I feel good that I see it in them and that I'm finding it in myself with them. So yesterday, so happy, she told me, she was like, I'm gonna break up with my boyfriend. She's like, I've been thinking a lot about it. I've been weighing it emotionally. I've been weighing it intellectually. I've been just focusing on what am I really looking for in my relationship? And she's like, and it's not that. It's just there's so many things about the relationship. And like she was telling you guys, she was telling me these things, and I was like, it was hard. It was hard for me to relax because I wanted to jump up and scream, "Fuck yeah, sister! Fuck yeah, sister! Yeah, fuck yeah, you do. Yes, you do intrinsically deserve this. I felt that from the minute that I met you, that you intrinsically deserve these types of elements in your relationship. And it is so hard. It is so hard when you're in a relationship with somebody that gives you a sense of safety and comfort and belonging, to then actually keep them accountable for all the shitty ways that they treat you as well. It's so hard. It feels like throwing a birthday cake that somebody made you on the floor. But the truth is, a lot of times, I've been guilty of this too. I think we've all been like in this position as well, and we must be cognizant of it so that we don't find ourselves making this mistake over and over and over again. We meet somebody and they say, I would love to have some apples from you. And you have apples to give, but you want to keep all your apples. So instead you say, all I have to give you are bananas. And the person is like, well, it's fruit, and I see that they have apples, and I see that they could give me apples one day, but I guess I can just accept the bananas that they're giving me for now, because they're kind of promising that maybe one day I could possibly perhaps get apples. And the truth is, you are allowed to walk away from situations where you don't get what you want. This is a crazy thing to say in 2025 with like that, like all the stuff that's going on down in the States, all of they got rid of the Department of Education. I wonder where those people are. Do you know those people I'm talking about? The people who said, he's not going to be that bad. Where are those people right now? Do you think they are big enough people to say, oh, I was wrong, he is that bad? I wonder. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't hear them saying it. Yeah. Was it Maya Angelou who said, believe people when they tell you who they are? I'm proud to be a Canadian every day. I'm so happy. I had this feeling for the longest time that, I mean, I'm a Twitch streamer. I know what it is to be a Twitch streamer. I see what Twitch streamers do. And there's a pattern or like a habit of Canadian talent, whether they're like Twitch streaming talent, acting talent, directing talent, I don't know, producing talent, that because the United States of America is a much just generally bigger market, that there's sort of like a talent brain drain from Canada into the States. But now with what the States are doing, I mean, I hope that ultimately this will be good for Canada. I don't really see exactly how it will be. But what I'm hoping is that the rest of the world, which they would normally be like, oh, okay, we have to rely on America for this, hopefully they'll turn and be like, maybe we can rely on Canada or parts of Europe, parts of Asia. We do rely on parts of Asia so much now. TikTok seems to be everything. Whew. Stressed. Let's not be stressed on a Friday. Let's try to be relaxed on a Friday. I don't know exactly how to be relaxed on a Friday when all these things are going on. Dancing? Oh, could it be dancing? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah? Yes and no. I don't know. I just keep thinking of that girl doing that really sad TikTok dance and she's just like crying or like wiping the tears away. It's great and it's terrible. Okay, I'm gonna take my first break of the stream. I'm gonna go take some pictures of my cute little outfit, my fun, sexy little neck string and my little dress and everything. And you guys are gonna, I don't know, maybe slow down on jerking yourselves off a little bit for a second. Yeah, just relax for a minute. Don't stress yourselves out. BRB. music is something else. Hello. I hope you like it. It took me a while to get a good picture of myself. I wasn't loving the lighting, and then I had so many issues with, like, just my face is so tense. My face is so tense. I don't like it. I'm trying to, like, actually bring relaxation and ease into my body and into my life and into my existence, and, well, damn if it's not just the fucking most difficult thing I've ever done in my entire life. Try to relax. Who has time to relax? Welcome back. Hello, thank you. Okay, yeah, let me get into my happy, cozy position where I feel the most at ease. Oh, where's that? Yeah, there's that. Oh, hold on, there you go. Okay. I did it. I posted the first photo on Instagram, so you can go and you can enjoy that. And I think you actually really will, because I did take a pretty good one. It's the best one that I got, okay? So you go enjoy that on Instagram. Oh, yeah. Take good, nice photos for you. It's hard, though. Oh, Wimmer! Oh, my God, Wimmer. It's been a minute. It's been a Wimmet. Okay, I'm gonna do date night tonight. I absolutely am. It's just also so difficult after a long week to not, like, look at yourself in the mirror and be like, I'm in a long-term committed relationship with myself. And then when you're in a long-term committed relationship, Friday nights kind of just turn into, like, sitting on the couch and ignoring everything and maybe binge watching horror movies. Because here is the thing. Do you know, I think it's called Identity? A horror movie called Identity. I'm pretty sure it's about a bunch of strangers, random strangers, who find themselves at a motel in the middle of the desert during an incredibly intense thunderstorm. And then they discover that each of the people who are there have something in common, and then they start being murdered. It was one of my favorite horror movies growing up as a kid. I used to rent it from my local VHS rental store all the time. And I hit puberty really, really young. It's one of my favorite things, like one of my favorite InvaderVie fun facts, is that I hit puberty super duper young, which means that by the time I was like 10, 11, 12 years old, I kind of already looked like I could be like 13 or 14, or maybe even 15. And so I would go into the movie store to rent movies, and I'd be like, this one, please. And the person across the counter would be like, this movie is 14 plus. It's scary. You can't watch it because you're a baby. And then I would look at them and I'd go, I'm not a baby, I'm 14. And they knew I wasn't 14. Their kids went to my elementary school, and they knew, because like they would go to pick up their kids from school, they could see what classroom I was coming out of. Like, I lived in a small, not in a small town, but like I lived in a small enough neighborhood in my town that the woman who worked at the video store had kids, so she knew I was like younger than her kids, and she knew how old her kids were. But she still let me watch the scary movies, I think because it was just me. It was just me going to watch these. I wasn't like, well, sometimes I did invite, I loved doing this. I would invite like 6 or 7 or sometimes even 10 of my friends over. Yeah. And we would all sit down and watch a movie together. Sometimes it worked out really, really wonderfully. I loved those. I loved having like a big movie night with all my friends over at my house. But we stopped doing them because we all started becoming sexually active with each other. And then all of a sudden the room got real smelly and really hot. And I was like, you know what, you guys? Do this at your own homes. Not at my home. Thank you. Anyways, I loved movie nights. I didn't often show scary movies on movie nights because I was the only person who liked scary movies. Like, not even the guys that I went to school with liked scary movies. They were all wimps. Wimpy kids, didn't like scary movies. I love scary movies. I've always loved scary movies. I'm such a horror fan. And so I think tonight, I don't know, part of me wants to go out and like go dancing and maybe have an alcoholic drink. I was talking about how I might never drink alcohol ever again, but then I'm like, no, there's times when I like sipping on a little bit of alcohol and I can feel it coursing through my body, and I have the chemical reaction of like, oh yeah, I'm getting like a little bit tipsy, but I'm not drinking because I'm miserable. I'm not drinking to escape. I'm not drinking to hide from anything. I'm drinking so that I can have the physical sensation of being a little bit drunk, a little bit relaxed, and a little more like in tune to the social world around me. Or maybe just a little bit extra confidence in tuning to the world around me. I'm coming to arrest you for renting out a 14 plus DVD. Like Terrifier scary movie or like Supernatural scary? What would be so when I was like little and renting these movies, I would rent things like The Exorcist. And The Exorcist was actually 18 plus. I had to wait until I was like a little bit older to lie about being old enough to rent The Exorcist. But I loved watching, because again, you have to remember this was the early 2000s. Like I was 9 years old in 1999 and I was 10 years old in 2000. And I definitely wasn't allowed to rent scary movies when I was 8 or 9 years old. But by the time I was 10 and I had puberty for a full year, I was basically this height. Like I was 5'5", and I was probably around like 100 pounds or maybe like 110 pounds. And right now I weigh between 120 to 140 pounds. So like, I'm not that much bigger than, oh, this is pedophile talk. I'm not trying to say this is pedophile talk, but like I grew fast. I was a spring up springer. That's nothing. Those are nothing words, but you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, demon stuff, supernatural stuff. And then also some like I watched Nightmare on Elm Street. Way too young. Oh my God. That shot at the very beginning. She's in class and she notices Freddy Krueger's fucking lurking around. Or I think she hears the sound of like her friend's body being dragged across the hallway floor. And so she exits the classroom and she sees a dead body wrapped in plastic at the end of the hallway of her of her school rather. And then this is the part that scared me so badly. I am very, very afraid of things moving on their own. It's actually, I think, my favorite thing in horror movies when shit moves on their own. It scares me so badly, and I love it so much. So Nightmare on Elm Street, the body is laying there, and then she's watching it, she's like, what the fuck is that body doing there? And then the legs of the body raise up like that on their own. Sorry, pardon me, I don't know why I did. The legs of the body raise up on their own, and it gets dragged off screen, and it's just like, it's so scary. I love it. It still scares me to this day, but I still really like it. I loved it. It was very, very freaky, and I was like, yeah, the reason why so many people love horror movies is because living in this world activates our primordial brain, telling us that we're in danger. There's just like too much stimulation. There's too many like enemies that could be lurking. There's like too much all this other stuff going on. There's just like too much of all of it basically. And your brain overcompensates for the overstimulation by like kind of flattening itself, kind of simplifying itself, making things feel black and white, making everything simultaneously really present while simultaneously being trapped in the past, while simultaneously being fixated on the future. It's not a great whole bunch of things going on, truly. But when you sit down and you watch a horror movie, that flattening of your mind, that black and white thinking, that reactivity that you sort of inappropriately carry around day to day, all of a sudden starts lining up appropriately with the given circumstances. So many, many people, especially women, because women kind of walk around with an intense, almost inescapable fear of who the fuck is gonna kill and murder me next? Will it be this guy? Will it be that guy? Or will I just be lucky enough to just hear about a woman who was murdered and raped to death? In which case then I get to go, well, thank goodness that wasn't me, but it's gonna be my turn basically any day now, I guess. Women love true crime. Women love true crime because when they watch true crime, that feeling that they have that I am going to be murdered at any moment is genuinely justified in the experience of watching stories about murderers murdering people. the story is true. The feeling that you have in your body is made true by the story that you're listening to. Because unfortunately, our body tries to tell us the story that we're in danger all the time, and that makes us in this position, the position that we're in exactly right here, right now. Have you ever watched It with Pennywise? I have had a deep, intense phobia of clowns for almost my entire life. I did watch the original Stephen King's It with Tim Curry, which was good because I'm like, oh, I like Tim Curry, so okay, let's do this. And then I did watch the It that just came out recently with Bill Skarsgård, and it's excellent because both of the actors that played Pennywise, I have big crushes on. Like, I had a big crush on fucking Tim Curry from Rocky Horror Picture Show, and I got a big crush on Bill Skarsgård from, I liked him in Barbarian. Was it Barbarian or Barbarians? Actually, no, I can't remember if there was an S. It's just Barbarian, right? Just the one. And then also Villains. Oh, Villains is the one that has the S on it. Him with Micah Monroe in Villains. I was like, wow, this is a perfect movie. How does everybody not know about this movie? Oh, the eye thing that he's able to do. Oh my God. I feel like Bill Skarsgård is my, like, current celebrity crush. Yes, absolutely. Although I'm planning on getting into the most erotic and celebrated throuple of all time. Me, Pedro Pascal, and Adam Driver. I still feel like I have room for Bill Skarsgård to be tacked on in there as well. In my harem anime of my own life. If you guys aren't writing your own harem anime of your own life, are you really living? Are you really living? Are you? I kind of just want to get in good with Pedro Pascal so I can meet his sister Lux. I love the name Lux. I love a hot sister. Barbarian is on my list. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Awesome Sauce. I love it. Ugh. I love it. It's a great movie. I just rewatched it again recently. Intelligent characters who are believable people. Oh, it feels so good. And then believable characters who are realistic people coming up against the most unbelievable, terrifying, inescapably awful thing you could ever imagine. And it's not only rich in its visual storytelling, it's rich in its metaphorical storytelling as well. That as you're watching this, your nervous system is so geared up and attuned to what is the next terrible, nightmarish, horrifying, monstrific thing going to come at me. But you're also thinking, and what is the social context of all this? Because there definitely is a social context of horror layered on top of the actual, I'm about to get my face eaten off horror. It does it both so well. And it does it on a great budget. And it does it on such a good budget. And then you want to know where the budget went? It went into getting these excellent actors. I was like, yeah, Bill Skarsgård doesn't come cheap. He's one of the Skarsgårds. He's an expensive dude. So the movie isn't like, you're not like, wow. Ooh, that scene was like so beautiful. You're just like, this all feels very real. This all feels really terrifyingly, horrifyingly, grippingly real. Yeah, tell me more. Okay, V. Adam Driver and Bill Skarsgård are in cages above a volcano, and the cages are slowly dropping, and you can only save one. Who are you saving? Well, I have me and Pedro Pascal with me, so Pedro can save Adam, and I will save Bill. There you go. Also, Adam Driver is a former Marine. I highly doubt that any person on the planet is going to get the drop on a former Marine unless he's obviously having his daily meal of crayons, in which case then I guess you could just do whatever you want to him. But yeah, I feel like he's okay. And like, Bill Skarsgård is a fucking Skarsgård. You're gonna have other Skarsgårds coming to guard your scars from healing after they fuck you for getting their kid. Yeah. Also, F22 Raptors, something about these questions always turn me off. I am not an either or kind of person. I think you should be able to fuck every hole I have. Yes. I can get around to liking all of them, I'm sure. And especially with this attitude. And then that's really the thing, F22 Raptor. Our attitude isn't actually something that I think we can control in small ways. Oh, fuck my life. Because, dude, so I'm reading Careless People by Sarah Wynne Williams. She's one of the former directors of like international policy at Facebook, Meta, Facebook, at one of the largest, most expensive, and most influential companies on the planet who has ever existed. Her book is fucking insane. It is absolutely fucking insane. And in that book, there's a lot in that industry of them being like, you need to pick either or, and it's, you cannot have both of these things. And it makes me very, I mean, I'm never going to go into the tech industry. I'm not a tech person. I don't do tech things. It's not for me. But I do want to go into the entertainment industry. I do want to work as an actor. I want to be paid to work as an actor again. Yay! But I also realize that the entertainment industry is very, very similar to every other multi-billion-dollar industry, where it's not actually an idealistic pursuit of connectivity, artistic endeavor, and reflection of society. It's usually just like, how much money can we make, and how can we make as much money as possible, as quickly as possible? And how can we stop our competitors from making as much money as we're making? Whew. Anyways, all this is to say, if you tried to hang Adam Driver above a volcano, yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure he would just jump in, swim around for a little while, pluck out the one ring, toss it back in, because he's a good dude, and be like, that was nice. I feel refreshed. He doesn't have that accent, that lisp, but I wish he did. Do you like Lord of the Rings, V? I love it. How do you... I just made a Lord of the Rings reference. Yes, I do. What a perfect question. Yes. Yeah, I do. I love Lord of the Rings, actually. I just got here. Can I ask a movie question? Sure. So wanting to be an actor, wanting to work in that industry, being aware that, oh man, this poor woman, the president of Facebook in Brazil, so like the guy in Brazil who's like overseeing Facebook internationally there, he got arrested. And then she's talking about this in the story, in her memoir of her time working there. And it was the turning point for her, where she realized that, like, these people don't fucking care about me. These people don't fucking care about you. She speaks very clearly, saying that Mark Zuckerberg did not care that this man was in jail in Brazil because he was the president of Facebook in Brazil, that he had been hired by Facebook, that he was sitting in a jail cell because of Facebook's policies. And she realized, she was like, they don't fucking care. They don't fucking care. I think it's so funny because I realized this as I was reading this morning, that Severance is on Apple TV. I think, and Severance is also a very strong critique of the Apple, like, complex. But also I was like, this is of like every big tech industry, and I'm like, do you think they named Mark Scout in Severance after Mark Zuckerberg? They're both named Mark. I was reading it and it was like, yeah, Mark Zuckerberg doesn't give a fuck about anybody. And I was like, oh, it sounds like another Mark I know. I mean, this is a habit of lots of big... This is the thing, right? Is you would think that a company on principle would be like, our principle is that this is how we run our company, and so we don't want a TV show or a movie associated with us that goes against our principles. But that's not how these big corporations are run whatsoever. Their principle is, we need to make as much money as possible. We need to get and gain as many new users, as many new profiles as possible. We must just get growth. It's just all about growth. And growth at the cost of, I mean, who gives a fuck what's popular, what's moral? Just growth. Just growth. Are you gonna go watch Snow White? No. I don't think the live action princess movies are for me. I was a live action Disney princess for so many years. Oh, Hypno Boy, that's right. Fuck yeah, you're giving me fucking gifted subs. I was a professional live action Disney princess for so many years, and Snow White was the first princess that I played. Snow White is my favorite princess. Snow White is the princess that I was like, oh, she's my best friend. So when you work for Disney, you don't get to say I work for Disney and I play this princess. That's not the words. Disney is very, very much like Lumen, where the language is incredibly fucking specific. You say, I'm best friends with Snow White. So when I was working there, I mean, even now that I'm not working there, I guess I could technically still say I was best friends with Snow White, or what have you, but Snow White was my first princess. She's my one true love. I love Snow White. I don't have anything against Rachel Ziegler. I don't like Gal Gadot. I actually don't. I find that her acting stands out poorly in everything I've seen her in. And I hate that she seems to be a disgusting fucking Zionist. I think that Palestinian children deserve to live freely. I feel like Palestinian people deserve to live freely. I am not anti-Semitic in the least. I love my Jewish people in my life. I love my Jewish friends. I love that my family from the Azores probably has Jewish heritage. You can Google Judaism in the Azores and you best fucking believe it. There was a large and culturally rich portion of Jews in the Azores who eventually then just married and assimilated into the rest of the island culture. And so I love Jewish people, and I feel like I am equally allowed to love Palestinian people. And anyone who is saying that Palestinian people don't deserve to exist, they shouldn't exist, that's genocidal, fucking homicidal nonsense. Not a part of anything I want to be around. And I guess I'm just as sexist and misogynistic as everybody else is, because it's a lot harder to separate the art from the artist from Gal Gadot. Oh wait, but I guess it's actually quite easy. If she was a great actor, like Cate Blanchett, it'd be harder. Cate Blanchett named her son after Roman Polanski. So like, I love Cate Blanchett. She's a great artist. She really is a great artist. But now as a person, how do I feel about her? But Gal Gadot, I'm like, I know, I don't like your art. I really don't like your art. I don't like you as a person. Yeah. The live action Beauty and the Beast was great. I didn't watch the others. The live action Cinderella is amazing. Speaking of Cate Blanchett, she played Lady Tremaine in the live action Cinderella. That one was really, really well done. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I liked it. The live action Beauty and the Beast was not very good. I really liked it because I really like those songs. And I really like Emma Watson. But I can also take my rose-tinted glasses off and recognize that the live action Beauty and the Beast was a bad movie. It was a bad movie. It had many, many weak points that created an overall sense of failure for the storytelling, unfortunately. I didn't see the live action Little Mermaid because I was beginning to realize that I like these characters and I like these stories, but I don't actually like these movies, these live action movies. Yeah, beta dog, if you keep trying to get around banned terms, if you keep trying to take the conversation in directions that I am not taking the conversation in, you'll get banned. Oh, you already got banned. The Beast is hotter as a cartoon. Yeah. It's too, right as you're right. It's true, most people I know didn't like the live action Beauty and the Beast, and I thought it was pretty good. Yes, I agree. You know what? I think that we get to recognize that things that we enjoy and things that are good are not perfect overlapping circles. It's actually a Venn diagram. So I can agree with you if you want to say that you thought it was pretty good. I can have bits of evidence to tell you that there were good parts. I liked Belle's first dress. Thought it was nice. I liked the texture. I thought that Emma Watson looked beautiful in it. I think that Dan Stevenson is a good actor. I was just watching a video. Oh, I don't do a ton of YouTube. But I was watching this like little YouTube video of these very, very famous movie reviewer guys whose name I can't remember right now because I don't watch a ton of their movie review channel, but I guess I should because I enjoy them. They were talking about how you can tell that a movie is going to be bad when people say it was a lot of fun. Well, first of all, it was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And then that's exactly how I would describe all of these Disney live action movies. Well, it's a lot of fun, and there are parts that are fun, and then that's kind of the best part of it, but it's not good. It's like how a Ferris wheel is fun, but like, is a Ferris wheel a good use of your time? No, it's just a fun time-wasting use of your time. And movies can be that, especially Disney movies, which are mostly geared towards children. So I see it. I think that these live-action Disney movies are trying to get in like a new younger generation or like a mid-generation while also kind of simultaneously appealing to my generation. Maybe they're just doing too many things. I think we are all so ready for just original stories, and we like original stories, and we want original stories. Did you like Gaston? Yeah, I feel really bad that I am like kind of blanking on the actor's name, but I can see him as Gaston, and I'm like, yeah, he did a pretty good job. I guess maybe I was hoping that he could have been given more to do. I feel like that actor is actually quite talented, even though I can't remember his name right now. I feel like the actor who played Gaston has a name that is, sorry, I don't mean to be offensive, but he has a regular name where it's like he has a first name and a last name that are both kind of like first names, and I have difficulty remembering those sometimes. I'm too high says, I want live action Mulan, but it's directed in like a hella dark tone with some Edo samurai influence type ish, like Mulan but Batman. Are you asking for Blue-Eyed Samurai? Did you just... I haven't even watched Blue-Eyed Samurai, but I'm almost positive that you just described Blue-Eyed Samurai. Luke Evans! I was never gonna remember that because I'm very, very bad when your names are... when it's two first male names and they're very regular names. Like Dan Stevens is already so... and then what are they thinking? What were they thinking putting Luke Evans and Dan Stevens? It's my favorite thing in Bob's Burgers when they're making fun of Dan Stevens and probably Luke Evans as well. And they name a character Scott John Dan Steve. It's just like, these British people and these regular ass fucking names. Throw a Mick Pooper Noodle in there. Oh, I love Pooper Noodle. I was gonna say McPoyle, and then I was like, but you know, I mean, not that I don't love the McPoyles. Like, hello. Did you know that Jimmy Simpson used to be married to Melanie Linsky? What? I'm not gonna lie, but Luke Evans doesn't look like a Luke Evans. No, the name Luke Evans looks like it belongs to Chris Evans. Yeah. Chris Evans looks like he should be named Luke Evans. And Luke Evans looks like he should be named Robert Balthazar. Reginald Bumbleshabbles. Mick Pooper Noodle is a phenomenal actor. The legs, my God. How can you not also include my exquisite and contagious smile in the adoration of my body, you worthless morons? Cricket from Always Sunny is married to Emily Deschanel. Shh. No. No. What? Rickety Cricket from Always Sunny in Philadelphia is married to Emily Deschanel. Bones. Bones! Which means that Rickety Cricket is brother-in-law to one of the property brothers? Oh my God. That's amazing. This is what makes me so excited to be an actor, is that there's good TV. There are good TV shows. There are excellent TV shows that are on right now that you get to be a part of. And I'm very excited for the chance that like I might get to audition to be parts of these TV shows and that I might be able to like come to you on different screens. Oh, it makes me so excited. It makes me very, very excited. Today is Friday. I get my next script for my on-film acting class, which is going to be on Monday evening. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to print off my sides. I'm going to do all of my like actor work where you assess the given circumstances. I'm going to put my like actions on my beats where it's like, you walk into the room and you look at your ex-lover and you say, I thought I'd never see you again. But what you're actually doing with that line is you're slicing his face off. So you walk in and you say, I thought I'd never see you again. And it's like, oh, I felt like you sliced his face off. Maybe. I don't know if that was it or not. Yeah. Sir, her legs are slamming. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. Do you think that Daniel Radcliffe is a good actor? Oh, yes. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yes. I've liked him in everything I've seen him in. And I had the exquisite pleasure of matching with a very nice guy on Tinder who's good friends with Daniel Radcliffe. They play chess together long distance. They have like ongoing chess games that they're always playing with each other. And he's like, yeah, he's a wonderful friend. He's really, really great. And so it makes me feel good to be like, yes, I love Daniel Radcliffe's acting. And it makes me feel so good to know that he is a kind and generous person as like a friend as well. Yeah. These pretzels are making me thirsty. I feel like Harry Potter hasn't done very much. Oh, he just had a child. He just had a child, so he's not. I mean, to be really, really honest with you guys, it's the right choice when you have your child and they are a tiny baby infant to treat those years as precious, because they really are. They really, really are. Your children never get a second chance at their childhoods. which is why the idea of being like, oh, but it's so important that I go to this board meeting. Oh, but it's so important that I return this work call. Oh, but it's so important that I earn this money right now is... He got that Harry Potter money. He started taking whatever role he wanted. That's what shows me that he is a really good actor. Because he's taking the right roles for him. He's taking the roles that he knows he's going to feel good in acting in. And that makes great acting, actually, I think. So Sorry Man was so good. I haven't seen it. I also haven't seen, what was it, Guns Akimbo? Mostly because these movies are not usually pleasurable for me to watch because they're so intense. I love that they're so intense. I love intensity. But I like true crime and I like horror movies. Woo, but I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. Let me smoke a little bit more of that sweet Canadian kush. Do you think that it's hard for actors to separate themselves from the roles that they were when they were famous from? I think it really depends. I think it really depends on a bunch of different things. Number one, how does this actor feel about this role? A lot of actors take on work because they feel like they have no other choice. And so there's instances of lots of actors being, like, to be honest, having their careers kind of killed by being forever associated with that role. For example, every single person in Star Wars, basically, except for Harrison Ford. Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher both had their own personal demons going on behind the scenes. But all of that was deeply exacerbated by the entire industry and what felt like, I guess, the entire world associating them so closely with their iconic characters, which, like, they did other work, they had other roles, they've done other things. When are they going to be free of this? And they both eventually did. Like, they really, really did. But it took them a lot of time. It took them until, like, greater, even later stages in their careers, where Mark Hamill now is getting the recognition as, I guess, arguably, very easily arguably, one of the greatest voice actors of our generation, of all time. His voice is not just inspirational, but it is authentically iconic. Every time you hear it. Yeah. Hayden Christensen. Yeah, Star Wars is really bad for those. Now, Natalie Portman had the wonderful experience of being a very well-established actor before doing Star Wars. Her first film, I'm pretty sure, being Leon the Professional, which it just gave her such, like, a standout reputation. Yeah. And then there are actors who really, really love being associated with those iconic characters. I think of Miss Sarah Michelle Gellar as Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And also as Daphne Blake in Scooby-Doo, which are very similar characters. Or at least Sarah Michelle Gellar brought her Buffiness into Daphne Blake's character in such a wonderful way that it was like, what a gift. Like, what a gift for all of us to grow up watching those movies. I love Hayden Christensen. Yeah. He actually lived not too far from here in Toronto for a long time. He left Hollywood and he, like, lived in North York, Ontario, I think, on a farm. I feel like I heard that he lived out by the IKEA. And I was like, there's no fucking way Hayden Christensen lives out by the IKEA. And then there was, like, a news article talking about how Hayden Christensen had a farm, yeah, and that he would go to that fucking IKEA. Natalie Portman is one of the most beautiful women on the entire planet. I would marry her if I wasn't so busy with life. And if she didn't want to not marry you as well, yeah. Hayden loves being Anakin. He was just annoyed with the criticism people gave the prequels. Yeah. He didn't deserve the hatred that he got. He really didn't. Freddie Prinze Jr. Yes! Sarah Michelle Gellar and Freddie Prinze Jr. have been married for, like, over 20 years. And really disgustingly, Howard Stern, like, bullied and made fun of Freddie to his face, being like, oh yeah, I have bets on, like, how fast this marriage is gonna fall apart because of how he believed that those two people were together. And, like, they're still going so strong. And Buffy the Vampire Slayer is getting, like, a sequel series It's so exciting. I'm so excited. The live action Scooby-Doo cast got all the characters just so perfectly right. Linda Cardinelli. Linda fucking Cardinelli. Oh my god, you hear her name and you just go, you know she's hot, you know she's sexy, you know she's good to go. Oh, you guys, I can feel the tension in the shoulder. How do I relax it? Oh, it might be, we're doing, my physiotherapist was telling me at my next session, which is in April 10th. I think it's only in like a couple of weeks. It's not a full month away. She's like, I think we're gonna start doing some acupuncture and like kind of deep acupuncture, which is really scary. Linda Cardinelli was my childhood crush. I love her so much. She's still my crush. Have you seen her recently? Because she has not gotten any less hot. She has literally just gotten hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. She's just peaking. It's just all peak with the Cardinelli clan. I feel like Hayden did a great job in the prequels. He was acting like a teenager. Yes, exactly. And do you remember when we were talking about Lilo and Stitch? I think this is why the live-action Lilo and Stitch movie isn't going to work. To make the movie work, you need Lilo to be an awful little shit, kind of like Anakin Skywalker. And kind of like how you need to have the conflict. Lilo needs to have conflict. She can't just be a good little girl who everyone's really mean to, because that is setting up a really, really strange series of morality that we're going to teach children with this story, where the truth is you are allowed to behave badly if you were raised in bad situations. You are not expected, nor is it appropriate for anyone to expect you to behave appropriately when horrible things are happening to you. Can you imagine looking a child in the face and saying, I understand that your parents are abusing you, but you need to behave? It's giving permission to adults to abuse children. It's just fucking awful. Children need to behave badly when they are in bad circumstances so that adults can help them, not correct them. But that's a difficult thing to put into a movie, especially a movie that's geared towards like young people, and a movie that is not particularly geared towards like a moral. It's just an entertainment story. It's not supposed to teach kids anything. Ugh. I don't know. The live action movies are the live action movies are complicated in a way that I just am like, you could circumvent so much of this just by creating IP, like new IP, instead of reusing your old. You could really solve a lot of these problems. It is what it is. So what I think we should all do, though, is just rewatch the originals. This is a wonderful opportunity to go back and rewatch the originals. So let's, yeah. On Thursday nights, we won't have Severance anymore, but we could start doing, like, movie nights. I love a movie night. I love a little Thursday night movie night. It's so fun to come hang out with the friends on Discord. I feel like I put too much, I scrunched up too much of my hair in my bouffant, and I don't have enough to do, like, the nice down. Or maybe it is. There's no way. They haven't even announced a lot. So what they did announce is that they're making a Coco 2, which is like, how are you going to make a Coco 2 when, spoiler alert, Coco 1 ended with Coco dying? Like, I feel like maybe the executives who greenlit Coco 2 didn't watch Coco 1. They just saw how much money Coco 1 made, and they were like, we should make another one of these. And it's like, okay, but Coco's dead. Coco's dead. Coco is a Disney movie about the Day of the Dead. Dios de los Muertos. It's about a young boy who feels like he doesn't fit in with his family, who, through a series of, like, terrible events, finds himself in the land of the dead. And yes, the whole movie is leading up to the fact that, like, his grandmother is going to die, and when his grandmother passes away, she will take with her the last memory of a very important family member. And in Mexican culture, if you are not remembered, it's like a second death to your soul. It's like your soul will live forever in the land of the dead as long as you are remembered in the land of the living. But if your picture isn't on your family's ofrenda, then you're not going to be remembered, and then you disappear from existence, from the land of the dead. You don't get to exist anymore. Yeah, why? I mean, maybe they could make a really badass live action Atlantis. I wonder why they're not doing that. I wonder why they're doing all the Disney princess movies instead. I mean, I know why. It's because the Disney princess movies are tried and true cash cows. They just appeal to young women and old women and gay men and yes, even to straight men. And so it's like you're hitting all those demographics with the Disney princesses. But Atlantis wasn't it a flop? Like it actually didn't do, it became like a cult success after time, and now it does have like a deep appreciation, but the difficulty is that people who have like a deep cult obsession and a deep cult appreciation of these types of media are not usually the ones who are going to be swayed over by like merchandise or going to see the live actions. It's like, oh, they liked that thing that nobody else liked. Why would we put energy and effort into trying to get everyone else to like it? Yeah. Which is difficult because it was such a wonderful original story, and like we need more original stories, and now we're not getting those, but I don't know. I'm just here to like take a really cute picture of my butt in this dress. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go do now. I'm gonna go take a really cute picture of my butt in this dress. I'm gonna post it on the internet for you to look at. Absolutely. This dress is backless. It's got that cute little crisscross shit going on back there. Strings, sexy strings. I know how you guys love a sexy string. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Atlantis flopped because Disney did not market it well. They spoiled the largest plot points in the trailers, and it released around the time that Shrek was making like $200 million on a budget of $120 million. You baby. Yeah, you cannot compete with Shrek. Nobody could have foreseen the phenomenon that Shrek would still be today. Yeah, none of us. But then that's why these things are so important. Like, get these excellent stories. Oh, I loved Shrek so much. Shrek was the first DVD that we bought. And it felt so right. It felt so good. My family very purposefully was like, we're going to buy a DVD player so that we can watch DVDs. But what DVD are we actually going to buy first? And then it was like a unanimous, easy fucking decision. Shrek. Get me that Shrek DVD. I think it was The Prince of Egypt, which was coming out around the same time. And was it The Prince of Egypt was DreamWorks, like, flagship story? That was the one that they were like, this is gonna get and I mean, they were right. It's a fucking masterpiece of a musical. But then if you did wrong, if you did bad on Prince of Egypt, then they punished you by sending you to go work on Shrek. It was a punishment to go work on Shrek, and now all those people are just like, whoa, we made one of the greatest films of all time. Appealed to children and adults alike. Decades of popularity. There's very few movies that can boast that type of longevity. Oh, Ritus, I love you so much. No, that's not how animators work. No. Nope, that's not how movies work. You make the movie and you get paid a tiny amount. You get paid literally as little as the movie can legally pay you, basically. And then if that movie goes on to make a whole bunch of money, you don't get that money. Yeah, you don't get that money. Sometimes actors, never animators. Occasionally actors have been, which actor was it that said they wanted merchandising? They were like, give me a percentage of the merch. Was it George Lucas, actually? I feel like it was maybe George Lucas in his like producer role of Star Wars, where to the studio, he was like, I'll forego a paycheck to take a percentage of the merchandising of the Star Wars merch, I think, perhaps. It's a terrible industry, right? As people don't want to pay you unless you're not replaceable. In which case, then you get to be like the Will Smith of acting and ask for millions of dollars. Shrek 5 is confirmed and it kind of looks atrocious. Shrek should have died after Shrek 2. So Shrek 1 and Shrek 2 were perfect. I agree. I don't remember the rest of them, and that's how I'm gonna end that conversation. George Lucas might be the GOAT that no one thinks about. Is he the GOAT? Is he the GOAT? Or was he like, yeah, you guys should totally kiss. Actually, now you're brother and sister. Pretty sure Robert Downey Jr. made bank on the Avengers and Iron Man. You're wrong. You're actually wrong. He made to be honest, a paltry amount of, like a relatively paltry amount of money. In the first Iron Man movie, I think Robert Downey Jr. was paid $500,000, which is like an insane amount of money, absolutely. But who played Rhodey in the first movie? What's his name? Lawrence. Rhodey, the like sidekick character. No. He was replaced by Don Cheadle because of this. Lawrence. I don't remember his name, but he's notoriously difficult to work with. He got paid like $1.8 million or 1.5. Oh, sorry, Terrence Howard, not Lawrence. Not Lawrence, I was wrong. Terrence Howard. Robert Downey Jr. got like $500,000 to be Iron Man, and Terrence Howard to be Rhodey in the same movie. He got paid something like 1.5 to like $1.8 million. And the reason for that is that Robert Downey Jr. was a huge liability to the studio. That means that when you decide to make a movie and you announce, we are making Iron Man with Robert Downey Jr., Robert Downey Jr. actually has to show up to film that movie. He then has to show up and do the press conferences. He then has to show up and do the interviews. He then has to show up and do award ceremonies. And Robert Downey Jr., because of his drug addiction and his mental health issues, because of the drug addictions and a symptom of them as well, he was a liability for the studio, which meant that they could announce this movie. They could start filming it after they paid all these people and put all this time and energy into it, and Robert Downey Jr. could just fuck right off. In which case then, you get insurance for the movie, and then insurance pays back the studio, I think. I'm probably oversimplifying this a lot. So Robert Downey Jr. knew that he was such a huge liability that the studio would have to take out a huge insurance policy because of involving him in the production of the movie, that he took a much lower pay cut. Also knowing that he would like make a lot of extra money from doing brand sponsorships, that he would make a ton of extra money doing like appearances. Isn't he like a really bad person? He had addiction issues, which does not make you a kind and generous person, but I don't think that makes him a bad person either. I think he was somebody who was dealing with addiction because of mental health issues, and behaving badly because you're sick. I mean, are we really gonna punish people for that? It doesn't seem nice. That's right. George Lucas sucks as a screenwriter. Carrie Fisher, Mark Hamill, and Harrison Ford made those scripts work. They kept ad-libbing lines because the lines in the script sounded so horrible. Alec Guinness was like, kill my character off because I don't want to say this shit anymore. I don't want to be associated with this garbage. And Alec Guinness is genuine class. They're an anagram of each other. Terrible writing, but I think he's good high-level decision-making. I'm gonna have to argue with you. I don't even think he's that good of a director, because he didn't direct The Empire Strikes Back, and that's the one that has like the best overall direction, I think. So like, I think that George Lucas might be an incredibly creative force, but I don't know if that makes him good at anything. I just think that makes him creative. Like, creative in his ideas of how he's gonna make money off of this. Very creative. I believe that rumor was in retaliation for Robert Downey Jr. not accepting to be part of the rarefied circles of Hollywood elite. You think that he didn't have a drug addiction? You think that he didn't, but I feel almost like he's spoken himself about that. And also, I mean, having a substance abuse issue, being in the entertainment industry are like this. When I was in theater school, Our teachers very, like, plainly, very honestly were like, it's incredibly easy to do a long, hard day of emotional work on set and then go to the bar afterwards for a drink. And that sounds like there's nothing wrong with that. It's very difficult to argue with somebody when they say, do you want to come to the bar after a long, hard day of work? It sounds like, yes, of course I do. It sounds like a good time. And you actually, as an actor, have to say no. You have to say, no, I can't go to the bar with you after this rehearsal, because then I'll go to the bar with you after the next rehearsal, and then I'll go to the bar with you after every rehearsal. And now, all of a sudden, I'm going to the bar as much as I'm rehearsing, and now I'm addicted to alcohol. Or I'm even just, like, addicted to the environment of partying. And now I'm struggling to actually get the work done, and now I'm it's such a vicious cycle. You have to say, no, I'm not going to go to the bar with you. How about we meet before rehearsal to do a yoga class together instead? Yep. You're so incredibly beautiful, and I love your hair. Thanks. I spent a lot of time doing it, and then I hated it. So I'm glad somebody likes it. I thought he was in jail or rehab or both. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's been pretty open and honest about his recovery from addiction. You know, who had phenomenal acting for just being a B actor was the Lord of the Rings, Saruman's actor. F22 Raptor, did you just... I'm so sorry. I have to correct you because I feel really embarrassed that you made me read something so inappropriate. Christopher Lee? Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee. A B actor? Christopher Lee. Oh my god. Many people believe that Sir Christopher Lee was the prototype basis for the character of James fucking Bond. Christopher Lee, Sir Christopher Lee, is one of the most iconic, talented, and truly creative souls that has ever lived on this planet. He put out a phenomenal metal album late in his life. He was like a literal soldier. Oh my god, B actor, not a B actor. I don't think there were any B actors in The Lord of the Rings. They would all, oh, well, actually, bizarrely, I guess, like, maybe the Hobbits of all people. Like, the 4 who played the Hobbits are, I don't know if, like, Elijah would be considered an A-list actor. Yeah? Do you go see a movie? I mean, but he's also been choosing to do a lot of television, which I really, really enjoy as well. He's been knocking it out of the park with television. That's so funny. Everyone's getting so up in arms. Everyone's getting so up in arms about Christopher Lee being. F22 Raptor didn't even write that. It was just a mistype, guys. We can all relax. Do you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? Okay, let's take a break. I'll be right back, okay, guys? Oh my god. I loved Wilfred. I loved Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. I love Yellow Jackets as well. I have to get back into Yellow Jackets and White Lotus. There's a lot of good TV going on right now. But you're watching me. And that's what's important. Be happy. Hello, welcome back. I did it. I took the picture of my buttocks. It's a great picture. You should, I mean, I don't need to tell you. I don't need to tell you. You'll just know. You'll know how good the photo is because in a minute, people will come back from Instagram and then they will start doing things in the chat. What kind of things? Terrible things. But I want them. I like the terrible things. Gimme. She's right. She's right. It's a good picture. It's a great picture, actually, I would say. Is it the best picture of all time? I'm not here to tell you that. You decide for yourselves. It is a great pic. It's just the right amount of booty. It's just... And I couldn't have planned that. I truly just took the photos and then saw it and was like, that's great. That's great. Two little slices of a booty. Oh, it's a Gone with the Wind poster. Yeah, Rightus. I love Gone with the Wind. Margaret Mitchell's incredible, like gigantic, thick American story of a truly, I think she has histrionic personality disorder. Like, Scarlett O'Hara is a phenomenal character. I love her. It's one of my favorite movies. It's one of my favorite books. I literally bought and own e-readers. Like, the only reason I have an e-reader, I love e-readers, is so that I can reread Gone with the Wind and other large, like, thick books that are otherwise kind of too heavy and cumbersome to carry around. Oh, like a Batman movie animated in the same kind of, like, enthusiasm as the Across the Spider-Verse movies? I love Chris Miller and Phil Lord. They are the, like, iconic team behind the Lego movie. They made the original series of Clone High. They're so, they did Scrubs as well. So good. F22 Raptor, you just jerk off to that picture of my legs and ass and back and smile. You go for it. You go for it. You don't worry about it. I'll be sitting here talking about I guess I don't want to talk. I do like the book that I'm reading. I really do like the book that I'm reading, but I'm not sure that I want to keep talking about it because it does kind of just get us back to the same topic of like, oh my god, like we're all so doomed and like everything is so fucked because we're so doomed. And I mean, those are bad things. That's like not good. That's not ideal. So I don't want to do that. So let's not do that. We could talk more about date night tonight, how I'm going to go out, have some fun. Actually, I think I'm going to save going out for maybe Sunday night. There's something about going out on Friday night that feels a bit, am I turning into an old woman already? Am I turning into an old woman where I'm like, if I go out on Friday night, people are like kind of crazy, you know? People are crazy on Friday night because they are having their first instance of breaking loose from the week. And people go like a little nuts when they break loose the first time, and maybe I don't want that. Yeah, Sunday is like way more chill. Sunday's way more chill. I love a nice chill Sunday. Oh, yeah. Do you guys know where you can hold tension? In here. I like didn't used to have like a ton of flexibility down there, and now we're working on getting it back, which I think is helping with like the shoulder tension, but you guys, I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do, and I'm lucky today because it's actually a little bit chilly today. It's about 5 degrees Celsius outside, so like that's not particularly warm for spring, but like it's like temperate for spring. Bath. I'm gonna get some Epsom salts. Oh yeah, fuck my life, my poor shoulder. Oh, my poor shoulders. So much like unnecessary tension just like stored right here. Just relax, please. 5 degrees Celsius would be shorts degree weather in Michigan. I mean, in Toronto it is as well, just not for like an especially thin white woman. Yeah. And I used to be chubby. I used to be chubbier, you guys. Actually, the last time I wore this dress, I was like 20 pounds heavier, and the dress fit very differently on me, and it looked really different on stream. So I remember being chubbier. I remember being thicker. I am not now. Now I'm getting thin again. I had to throw out, I got so excited at the drugstore because I was so excited for it, because I saw at the drugstore that they had like peanut butter flavored mini eggs. And I was like, oh my God, I love mini eggs. Mini eggs are like my #1 absolute favorite treat. I love them. And I love peanut butter. So like I had this idea that the peanut butter mini eggs were gonna be so good. They're terrible. They're terrible. They're awful. They're terrible. I didn't like them. Like even eating like 5 or 6 of them in a row, I was like, I don't like this flavor. I don't like it. So I threw them in the garbage. I actually did. I threw them out. Get them out of here. You need more Tinder dates to pay for your food. Well, you're not wrong. And by some incredible coincidence, Mr. Daddy, who I went on one date with earlier this year, and then I said, no, I'm not sure I'm going to see you again. He messaged me this morning. No, I'm no longer with the Turkish boyfriend. The Turkish boyfriend and I broke up over a year ago. The Turkish boyfriend and I broke up in January of 2024. Like, we broke up a long ass time ago. You are late to the game. I've dated and been dumped by 2 other guys in the interim. Yes. But anyways, Mr. Daddy has come back in. Mr. Daddy is 20 years older than me. He's like in his mid-50s because I'm in my mid-30s. And I wasn't sure if I was really feeling it with him at first. But I do appreciate that when I told him I'm not feeling it, he backed off and then waited a couple months and then sent me a picture of his beautiful fucking cock this morning. Yeah. He did. He really did. And like, oh my God, his body is just so nice. And his cock is so nice. And the sex was so nice. I mean, I'll give him a try, but like, I guarantee you it's not gonna work out because I'm gonna go to him. I'm gonna be like, yeah, for sure, I'll fuck your brains out. I'm also gonna take one of your credit cards out of your wallet, and this one's mine now. So, in case of emergencies, like I'm mad at you and I need a new pair of shoes to get over being mad at you. I don't want to be a gold digger, but I also am realizing that I have a terrible habit of being taken advantage of financially by the guys that I date. Thankfully, the poet did not do that. I didn't lose like a single dollar on the poet. But Stretch and the Big Turk loved. They like fucking reveled in taking financial advantage of me. And I'm like, that's not nice. That's not a good thing to do. It's not good when men who traditionally have the bulk of wealth in society use a woman to supplement their income. But yeah, I guess I'm ready now as a 35-year-old, or in my 35th year of living. I'm still 34 technically. To be a bit of a gold digger. Yes, at least in my dating life, not on stream. You guys are too busy jerking yourselves off to pay me on stream. To my Instagram photo. It's a good photo. It's a good photo. You should jerk off to it. It's a good photo. It deserves your cum. Get in there. Yeah. And also, the truth is, if I found myself in a position where I met somebody that I really liked and I wanted them to feel comfortable in my world, and I knew that their financial situation was such that like there's no way they could do it on their own, I would literally financially support my partner so that they could come and feel comfortable with me. And I think that it's absolutely appropriate for me to expect that in a partner as well. Was there like any like message along with the picture of his penis? Nope, he just sent a picture of himself naked. And I said, oh, good morning. Because what else do you say? And this is why when I'm offered gifts, I'm always like, no, I can't repay your kindness. What, Ritus? Of course you can repay people's kindness. You don't have to do it with financial restitutions. But you know how to be kind to people. Of course you know it. And you know the value of kindness. And it's more than what money is. Oh, so there are some gooners in here. Brewhide, for example. Yes. Yeah. I've always known this about myself, that like I would love to take care of my partner in every way. My partner truly needs to be taken care of. And for whatever reason, I've been very, very inappropriately comfortable with dating people who don't share that same value for me. And it's just not something that I'm interested in pursuing. Why would I date somebody? Why would I give someone else the benefit of my good values if they are not giving me the benefit of their same shared values? No thanks. I thought it was mostly gooners in here. Yeah, it truly is. That's why most of you guys aren't even typing anything. Gooning. Gooning hard. And gooning often. Yeah. Consistent gooning. Consistent goonage. It's all about consistency. And we love a healthy boundary. And this is really the thing, Brewhide, with Mr. Daddy. He is like 5 or 6 probably tax brackets above me. To date him, to actually seriously date him, it would put undue financial pressure on me to try to keep up with somebody who is making exponentially more money than I am. And that's obviously going to foster resentment and completely eradicate any foundation of the relationship. So I'll just tell him, I'll be like, if you want to date me, you will be financially supporting me so that I can keep up with you. That seems normal for a partnership. I'm not asking him to pay for all my friends to go to Hawaii, but I am expecting that if he is going to be wearing, I don't know, $5,000 worth of clothes, I definitely am not going to expect myself to be able to afford $5,000 worth of clothes. But if he can afford one outfit worth of $5,000, then he can afford to help me pay for an outfit worth, I don't know, $3,000, $250. Oh, sorry, $2,500, not $250, $250,000 worth of jewelry. Oh shit, well I'm gonna have to goon right now. I thought dating is like getting to know each other for the cost and they have to split that, right? It really depends on who you're dating. I mean, it's kind of like saying, I thought surgery was about cutting open the abdomen and taking out an organ. You're describing a type of surgery, and you are describing a type of dating, and I've done that type of dating, where we both kept all of our money very separate, but because we both were not making a lot of money. So, of course, we would split things evenly. We were both making about as much money as the other person. But Mr. Daddy is 20 years my senior, also born into a very different socioeconomic level. There's no way on earth that I'd be able to keep up with him and then also maintain my own life. And it's gonna end the relationship otherwise. It's my birthday. I denied all physical celebrations, forcing only virtual celebrations. And it's been great, even simple text, acts of service, and I feel great. Oh, good. You deserve a $10,000 outfit, queen. I mean, jewelry is quite expensive, and I do like expensive jewelry. If I'm making 7 figures and I'm dating someone who's making 5 figures, I'm definitely gonna pay for more things. It just makes sense, absolutely, yes. A decent watch is gonna be more than 5K. I already have a watch. I don't feel like I need another watch. Oh, and then that's the other thing. I'm very much the kind of person who exactly understands where her satisfaction lies, and it's not in endless consumption. Which is something that women who look like me, and I guess men who want to be with women that look like me, love to think about. That they think that, oh, well, you're just an endless black hole of, I'll never be able to give you enough. You'll always be asking for more and more and more. And it's like, okay, well, that's definitely some people that you know, and I'm sorry that you view everyone through that lens, but no, I mean, I bought these shoes off of Amazon. I think they were, I don't know, maybe 50 bucks. I love them. They're phenomenal. I don't need 18 pairs of $2,000 shoes because I've got 18 pairs of $50 shoes that work just as well. And I will be happy with those until I die because they're comfortable and they're mine. And that's what makes it worthwhile. It's comfortable and it's mine. It sounds like a decent way to bust through any unnecessary power dynamic, because that's really it, Brewhide. That's absolutely it. It creates such an uncomfortable power dynamic. I just have no desire to be a part of it whatsoever. I would rather be alone. I always thought you pay for stuff like your hair and your nails and your clothes. You're paying for your woman to look good, so it's always in your favor. The reality is women do these things for themselves, but the men that they date are truly the ones in society who are reaping like the greatest benefit for doing the least amount of work. So if you help us pay for it, then you're not doing any work to make us look good, but you are helping us to do the work to make us look good. And that's what a good partner does. And that's what a good partner does. I don't need you to make me look good. I do need you to support me in looking good. And that takes time and energy and money. Do you have any tips on how to tell apart the ones that are very needy and the ones that are not from the get-go? I don't know if there's a shortcut to finding emotional maturity in people. Nope. I've found my headstone epitaph. Comfortable, and it's mine. Yeah. I like stuff that looks good, not what has the highest price. It's very obvious to me often when it's just a gigantically inflated price for the sake of the price. They're just Veblen goods. And it's wonderful that we were born at the right time in history to be cognizant of the Veblen goods and then taken in enough to then pull ourselves back from the brink and observe it objectively. Which is that, like, I have nice purses. I like invested in some nice purses. I think I spent like $500 on purses because I got them from an outlet store. I got them from like a designer purse outlet store. So all of the purses that I got were 75% off. So I have a like $400 bag that I paid about $100 for. And in my mind, that feels like the right way of doing it, because if the company can afford, which it can because it is, if the company can afford to sell that beautiful, expensive bag for 75% off, it kind of tells you that the actual cost of making that bag is probably like 1/10 of the overall cost. Because how else are they turning a profit if they can sell it at 75% less and still make a profit in selling it? Many luxury goods are just Veblen goods, but high quality stuff is not often cheap. Yeah. How do you feel about a prenup? It's always made sense to me, but I understand where the tension comes from. Yeah, I agree that when you are in love and when you are happy, you should think about what you are going to do if it falls apart. I think that as long as both parties are able to understand what goes into the prenup and they both feel good about it without any sort of pressure. I mean, but then again, what I'm saying is in a perfect world, perfect things are perfect. You know what I'm saying? The reality of prenups is that they're not always perfect. They're often very, like, defensible and they're complicated and yeah. Jeez Louise, those thighs though. Lisbon Boy, did you go look at my Instagram post yet? You guys really, really, really need to go look at my Instagram post because it is phenomenal. It is a phenomenal experience for you to look at my Instagram post. Right there. Go look at it. Go check it out. Also, the music is fun. I love that fucking song. I don't know how popular prenups are in Canada, though. I don't know what it is. Well, actually, okay, so I was, like, talking about this with one of my friends. That, like, divorce in Ontario is a specific thing. So I don't even know how divorces work in Ontario. But definitely if I'm thinking about ever getting married, I'm going to figure out what divorce is like. Yeah, go look at the Instagram or you're banned. Exactly, Rightus. Exactly. Oh, actually, if I tuck that in, that's even better now. Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, go look at the Instagram. It's great. As I'm talking about, like, how Mark Zuckerberg is, like, killing the planet and destroying humanity, I'm like, go look at my Instagram, guys. What do you mean divorce is a specific thing? I mean, you can look up what the divorce, ending your marriage, in California, the United States of America, is a very different kind of process than divorcing and ending your marriage in Ontario, Canada. And what I've heard from divorce in Canada, it surprised me because I was like, I didn't know these things about it, which makes me think that it's different than how divorce is often. I don't know a lot about it. I've never been divorced. I've never even been engaged or married. My parents went through a divorce, and the only thing that I know about that is that they did it badly. They did it like the worst. They failed at divorce. Yeah. But yeah, I have no idea like what the actual circumstances are in Ontario. People are going to be too busy gooning to click another link. That's okay. I don't really care if people click the link or not. It's mostly just important that I give them the option to. Also, a lovely touch of plants through the door adds vibrancy to the picture. Oh yeah, my shower plant. Well, that would explain a lot. You went, oh, Mr. Curry is saying that because my parents are divorced, that explains a lot about how I am. That's a cheap shot made at somebody who is being genuine to communicate. You're an asshole, so we're just gonna ban you. Yep. Goodbye. And then the comment underneath his is, wouldn't it be a surprise if Quebec does something different? No, Quebec loves Canada. Do you really need anyone else? That's me. We appreciate options. Exactly. Exactly. What an awesome outfit. Thank you. I mean, like, the guy's not wrong. My parents got divorced because my father was an abusive alcoholic hoarder. And so, yeah, I have trauma. Oops. I guess I should just fucking kill myself instead of healing and becoming a better person. That will then make me more attractive and successful, and then probably make you feel like a small little idiot. Ugh. I understand why you say these things to me now, chat. I get it. It probably has nothing actually to do with me, and has everything to do with your own shortcomings. What a nasty thing for somebody to say. But I'm also not surprised in the least because... I don't always inspire the nicest thoughts in people. Sometimes they're nasty thoughts. Yeah. That's the thing, right? Is those types of cheap shots, those types of like stupid comments where they say things like, oh, I can tell that you have a bad relationship with your mother, or you had a terrible childhood, or any of these things. It's like, the opposite could also be true. You could also say, oh yeah, I can tell that you were super spoiled by your parents, or I can tell that you were super like praised as a kid and now you're an asshole. It's just like, they can say anything. They just flip a coin, or they wait for you as like a genuine, authentic, like generous person to just have self-awareness, and then they try to use your own self-awareness as a gotcha. It really shows how like flat and stupid they are. Yeah. Oops. Surely some of this conversation is TOS. The part where I said that the negative comments that people give me make it seem like you want me to annihilate myself. I mean, I've been sent a lot of you should kill yourself InvaderVie messages. I don't really see how me expressing my experience of harassment would be against the terms of service. But I understand if it makes you feel uncomfortable. I guess I could just keep that in. Or you could just watch a different stream or go anywhere else on the internet instead of here trying to, you know, modulate the behavior of somebody you have no control over. Oh, too small to see? What? No, you're fine. I think I was talking to someone else. Hit you with I can read people so well and then completely gets everything wrong. Oh, you're intuitive. What is wrong with people so much? I was saying more I thought certain words got you demonetized. I mean, I don't want to like show you the clear answer to this, which is what you think is wrong, because that might sound like I'm calling you stupid. But I also am like, do you think you're on YouTube? Do you think that you're on YouTube? Twitch, like, departnering somebody is a pretty severe thing, where you usually have to, like, break the law. They don't usually departner you for breaking the TOS on Twitch. Oh, he just didn't even realize that he's on Twitch and not YouTube. I kind of want to ban you for being so stupid, because now you seem like you're under 18. Like, I feel like I could only excuse a child for being so unaware of their own experiences. I'm asking for myself, but what do you think about... Oops! Oh, I clicked something, and now this is open? What? How did I... Oh, it was my shoe. It was my heel. I can't feel my heel. I'm asking for myself, what do you think about to not get jaded meeting people like that? I don't know if it's, like, too heavy or not, but I'm curious what you think about it. I guess I just try not to pay attention to it too much. And the fact that, like, I can't control when people are going to be shitty to me, but I can control if I dwell on the thoughts of it. And I definitely used to dwell on the thoughts of it, and I felt like I couldn't control it, and that's not the truth. If I find myself thinking about, oh, that guy said that thing in chat and it made me feel really bad about myself. That guy said that one comment and I really, really hated it. It really, really bothered me. I actually can stop myself, go take a big deep breath, V, look around the room, pick something else to think about for the next minute. And then if I do that, then I'm not telling myself to never think about it ever again. That's kind of being impossible. I can't tell myself to not worry about the way that people are going to harass me or try to hurt me ever again. That's not going to be possible. But I can say, well, at least in this moment, I don't need to think about that right now. At least for the next little while, I can be in control of what I'm going to think or feel, and I don't have to worry about anyone else. Yeah. Oh my god, I did not put on deodorant this morning, and I literally stink. Because I knew I was just going to be sitting here in my streaming. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm getting ready. Like, I brush my teeth, I wash my face, I do all that stuff. I definitely looked at my deodorant. It was like, I don't need that. I'm just sitting here. I'm not going to work up a sweat. And as I'm sitting here, I can smell my armpits. Oh, stink. I stink. I stink. I'm a stinky, binky baby. Which is what I call my dog all the time. But it's me who stinks. Oh, God. Okay, first part of date night. I need to shower and then put on deodorant. Oh, man. I'm so lazy. Ugh, aren't we all, though? Maybe this isn't just for me. Maybe this is just all for you. You also need to shower. You also need to put on deodorant. You are also a stinky, binky baby. Zach got caught because he's talking about my armpits. He said, pure pheromones, guys. Sell your armpit fumes. This is the thing, though. Even as I smell my own armpit, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're like, you stink, you stink, you stink, for sure. Nah, I don't like you, Max. I feel like I'm still, like, everyone loves their own brew, you know? I'm like, oh, you smell great, though. Like, yeah, you smell like armpit stink, but you have the kind of, like, it's like the perfect type of armpit stink where, oh, I got lipstick on myself. Whereas, like, if there was a dude here who was horny for you, he'd be licking these things clean. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Rita says, not as a first message, I do. I don't wear deodorant at home, to be honest. I don't usually, it's usually the thing that I put on if I know I'm going out. So I don't usually put on deodorant before stream, especially if I'm wearing something black on stream, because then the chances of me getting it all over my outfit are a little bit higher. No, Max. No, I'm still not forgiving you. You seem like a child. You still seem like a child. I'm glad that you stole mommy and or daddy's credit card and now you're maxing it out for me, but you're only further proving to me that you're a fucking child. Ouch! I'm literally destroying the man. I'm destroying the man brick by brick, and then I'll rebuild Max in my vision. This is how it works. First, we break you down using, you know, horrific torture methods. Then we'll build you up again. Then I'll break you down again, and then I'll build you up once more. And then it's lunch, and then we'll break you down again. And if there's time, we might build you up. Jordan, yes, I was on stream actually when we found out about Michelle Trachtenberg's passing. Oh, you guys, there's so much tension right here too. What is this? What is this tension? Who did this to me? How do you hold tension in like the base knuckle of your thumb? What happens to you in your life that your body goes, every sad feeling you're ever gonna have is gonna live right down here? I hate it. I like the Poseidon Krabby Patty. Oh, you mean when he, like the one, like the soulless one that didn't taste good? Yeah, Michelle Trachtenberg had been sick and she'd recently had a transplant before her passing. So she was not doing well. You gotta jerk with the other hand. Elle, you think I'm not jerking off with both hands? You don't even know. You weren't paying attention when I was doing it in front of you. My poor arm, so full of tension. It was really interesting. So she has what's it called? Like a little stimulator, a little electrical, like muscular stimulator, and she was like jamming it into the like various parts of my arm to stimulate the nerves and to stimulate the tendons to contract and relax and to contract and relax to hopefully inspire them to like fully relax as the day goes on and as like time goes on. But I'm like, I need it every day. Give it to me every day. I love it. Oh, right, the Krabby Patty that he eats. He's like, oh, this Krabby Patty is so good, I think I'd like to have it again. And then he spits it out and he eats it again, and everyone goes, ew! Yeah, it's pretty gross, yeah. Is it a TENS machine? Is that what it's called? Interesting. It's strange why people do transplants and it can affect your life. It's not strange. I feel like this person is not chatting well. You're getting off topic and you're saying things that are difficult to converse with. I want you to stop talking. Yes. A TENS machine is what it's called. That's cool. You guys, buy me a TENS machine and I will learn how to use it on myself. Feels so good. Feels so good. I can feel all the different, like, oh man, and then these huge cracks happen. Yeah. Oh, but the cracks actually feel so excellent because it's sort of like, yeah. As I was stretching this morning, it's actually cheap to get a home version. We have one. There is my wish list. I will put it on there. Oof. Or a TENS unit. Yeah. My body wants to be like happy and healthy. And yeah, as I was doing yoga this morning, and I was leaning forward in cobbler's pose, and I think it's called Baddha Konasana. It's when you're sitting with your knees going out and then your feet together, so your like legs are doing this in front of you. As I was sitting there, I felt my sacrum, which is like the disc-shaped bone at the base of your spine, at the top of your like pelvis right back here. I felt my sacrum actually like open up, and I had this like beautiful experience where it was like a chapter title, like a big chapter title, and the chapter title was A Door That's Never Been Opened. I was like, oh, cool. I guess that this chapter of my life is called A Door That's Never Been Opened, which is very exciting because I get to open the door that's never been opened. Have you ever been to the chiropractor? No, Zach. I think chiropractors are quacks. I think my physiotherapist is like a real medical professional. But I personally think that I think that chiropractors are quacks. I think massage therapists are legitimate. I think acupuncture is legitimate. I think that chiropractors are quacks, and I'll never go to a chiropractor. Okay, good. I'm glad that you agree with the quackery. But getting popped does feel so good. I can pop my own cracks. The TENS machine is also good for other things too. It's a sex thing. Is it a sex thing? It's probably a sex thing, right? You look lovely, nice hills. Okay, so we're banning this guy who did not get the hint when I said, please stop talking. So now it's a ban. Get the fuck out of my stream. Don't talk to me, you stupid idiots. I don't deserve to be spoken to in this way. I hate you. They quack, but like the song, pop that crack. Crack my back and pop it, crack it. Oh, I love it. Yes, no chiropractors. No chiropractors. So many stupid chatters today. I think the TENS machine can also help with cramps as well. Oh, I don't really get menstrual period cramps. Mostly because I don't get a menstrual period because I have an intrauteral device that hormonally prevents me from getting hormonal periods, which is great. I had my period, or I'm on my period, like I'm on my period right now, I think. Mostly because when I went to the bathroom, this is so much information. Mostly because when I went to the bathroom to pee and then you use toilet paper to wipe, as a woman, you look at the toilet paper just to make sure everything's the right everything. And I was like, oh, I'm bleeding from my vagina. A tiny, tiny, tiny bit. I guess that's my period. Which is amazing. Which is amazing. I love my birth control that, like, does not make me, oh my God, go through the whole menstrual period thing every single month. It's just so unnecessary. There was, like, a little bit of overlap between me getting my old IUD taken out and this new one put in. And so I started getting a menstrual period again, and I hated it. Number one, I couldn't believe how much garbage I was creating. That, like, every pad, every tampon, every panty liner, I was just like, this is so much garbage. This is just so much extra fucking plastic that I'm manufacturing for a full fucking week. So much. I hate it. So I love that I'm not making extra garbage, number one, and I'm not wasting money on products that I'm just gonna throw into the garbage as well. And then I also like that my overall menstrual period symptoms are really, really minimal. That, like, I barely even got bloated this time. I didn't even, normally I'll, like, be like, oh my God, why am I so fat? Why did I get so fat all of a sudden? I don't think I'm that fat. And then I'll get my period. I'll, like, spot and I'll get my period. I'll be like, oh, I got so fat because I was retaining water, because my body was getting ready to do this whole thing, and that's why it happened. But the IUD really, like, it's so nice. It just feels so good to not get crazy fucking bloated. Do you have any fun weekend plans? Yes. Oh, did you guys look up that movie? And was I right with the title of it? Identity? It's about a bunch of people who meet at a motel in the middle of the desert, and then it's like a murder mystery. It's one of my favorite horror movies. It's kind of more of a thriller than a horror movie, but like a thriller horror movie kind of combination, as they often are. Anyways, I just saw that Netflix added it to its movie lineup this week, or like earlier this month maybe. So I think my plan is that I'm gonna get in the bath tonight. Yes, John Cusack, Ray Liotta, that guy who moves his eyes really fast, and he's a bit overweight, and he's a white man with a shaved bald head. I love him. He's great in everything. I think I'm gonna have a bath and watch a movie tonight. And it's gonna be so fun, and I'm really gonna like, oh yeah, that'll take care of my disgusting body odor too. I don't need a shower, I can have a bath. I'm gonna like get in the bath, I'm gonna have a really luxurious bath. I'm gonna do a bath bomb, I'm gonna put oils in the bath as well. I'm also gonna do some Epsom salts because I have so much muscle tension. And the Epsom salts really do help with it too. It's based off an Agatha Christie. What? I didn't know that. Yeah, and that kid was in Identity. Oh my God, that kid. I didn't realize, it feels like an Agatha Christie. It's so well done. I love it, I love it, I love it. I'm so excited. Yeah, we'll all watch that tonight then, good. Oh yeah. Oh, did you guys watch the Netflix Gabby Petito documentary? Ugh, go look up the trailer for it. Go look up the trailer for it while I go on my last break of the stream. Oh, poor Gabby Petito. every time that I come back onto stream, I'm like, are my titties in? And they're not. And like quite often they are not in. And so that's a problem for me every day that I battle with. I also couldn't get Chrome to open. I was like, oh, I'm clicking on my... Oh wait, was that why it wasn't opening? Is it because it was that button was being touched? Oh, never mind. Anyways, sometimes computers are not my friend. The technology is rarely my friend, actually, ever. I'm very, very bad at technology. Yeah. A quick little titty check just to like make sure everything's good before you come back onto stream. Yes, absolutely. A necessary. Sometimes you just, but then this is the difficulty though. Sometimes I make sure my tits are in. And then I just like, they're still out when I get onto stream. How does it work that way? Magic. Magic. Sometimes the tits are just out. You put them in, you blink and they're out. My university boyfriend told me that. He said that on one of our first dates, he was like, oh yeah, you were wearing like a deep V-neck t-shirt without a bra underneath. And as you leaned forward, I like saw your whole boob before we even officially started dating. And I was like, no, you didn't. And he's like, yeah, I did. And I was like, describe my nipple. And then he described my nipples. And I was like, oh, well, I guess you did see it. It's great. It's great. When you have little titties, it's not such a big deal. Because it's like, okay, well, congratulations. If you have like a big old tit, you got big old titties, there's so much skin, there's so much to see. But like, even if I were to take my tits all the way out right now, I'm almost positive I could just be like, no, Twitch, that wasn't InvaderVie. I just found a random 10-year-old boy and put him in my dress and a wig. And they'd be like, that's what the tits looked like. And I'd be like, yeah, it's me. I just feel like no part of my body ever really wants to be in clothes. Like every part of my body is like, run free, naked into the sunset. That's where my body wants to be, is running naked free into the sunset. Oh, and I am actually going to get naked and then just, well, I don't know if I'm gonna, for the whole sunset, yeah, you know what I mean? But I'm definitely going to get naked and spend a good portion of the evening in my bathtub. Yeah, I am. Date night tonight, myself. Taking myself out on dates. It's gonna be fun, I'm excited. Oh goodness, everyone loves talking about my muscles. Thank you. I'm full of muscles, yeah. And you should love and appreciate them because they're hot and sexy. Oh, there we go. Yes. Oh yeah. So tonight the plan is, I actually don't need a ton of groceries. I was going to say get groceries because that's usually the first thing that I do to prepare for the weekend is like, oh, ooh, I kind of want pancakes, and I used up all of my pancake mix that I had during Mardi Gras that just happened. So maybe I do want to get groceries. Maybe I do want to get groceries because then I can get some fucking pancake mix. I can make some pancakes. Oh, sorry. It's difficult to reach your head to itch when you've made your hair so big. So big, so full of secrets. You're telling me that you don't make your pancake mix yourself, like from scratch? When I was little, we made our pancakes from scratch, absolutely. But wow, I guess I like got older and then was like, oh, I can just get the mix and then there it is. But I can definitely, I mean, what goes into making pancakes? It's a cake, right? It's a cake without cake. Or cake without, like, a ton of sugar. It's just like flour, baking powder, baking soda, some salt, some sugar, milk, and egg. What else goes into that? In honor of my grandma, I always gotta make. See, this is the thing. It was my dad who made pancakes from scratch. And so I'm like, I don't like my dad. He was a terrible father. It was nice, I suppose I could say, that he made the pancakes from scratch. But the difficulty is that every time he would make these pancakes from scratch, he made it appear as if it was this incredible Herculean effort. that then gave him the right to be incredibly cruel and mean in every other facet of his life. He'd be like, oh, I made you pancakes. Oh, I fed you dinner. Oh, I put a roof over your head. So I'm allowed to. So then that's the thing. I'm like, I don't even want to make them from scratch because it just makes me feel like I'm my dad all of a sudden. So weird. Do you like it when people mention the muscles, or is it odd? It's super weird and I hate it every single fucking time. I mostly just think that you're trying to get a peek at my armpits, or you have like a weird fetish that, again, I don't want to be a part of because it's not making me financially more stable. So yeah, I would prefer you guys didn't do that weird shit in my presence. Ashely, what are you saying? Are you... Is there any moderators here? Ashely, are you like, are you on like medication that you should be on, or have you stopped going on medication and now you're behaving in a way that seems unmedicated? Yeah, I'm here. I'm a little hyper right now. I can tell, and you're being annoying, unfortunately. I think it's great that you're a little bit hyper right now. Stop typing in my chat. Otherwise, we'll just ban you. I was gonna tell you the secret to the buttermilk, but you went a different direction. It's okay. I like pancakes. I like making it from the mix. I like making some things from scratch, absolutely. But I think pancakes are the one where it's like, it's gonna not remind me of my like terrible abusive childhood if I just make it from the box. And I don't think I need to be reminded of my terrible abusive childhood every single day. I'm kind of like, unfortunately, every day always reminded of it, but I don't need to like push myself into it when I don't feel comfortable with it. So I feel great about, and I want pancakes because, this sounds really crazy. I want pancakes because I was watching Bob's Burgers last night, and I noticed that the kids, for breakfast, Linda had made them pancakes and scrambled eggs, and I've gotten like big breakfasts from different restaurants before, and big breakfasts come with like scrambled eggs, sausage, home fries, you get some pancakes, you get some pea meal bacon as well, and maybe even some regular bacon. Like, there's big breakfasts, they're great. And so I'm used to like having like the pancake with the sausage and the pancake with the bacon, and even having like some of the pancake, maybe even sometimes with the home fries. But I don't often mix the pancake with the egg, with the like I don't usually put like a mouthful of pancake and scrambled egg in my mouth. It's like the meat is sort of the like center point of it. But I'm like, I want to try pancakes with scrambled eggs. That seems like a fun flavor mix. Gatekeeping cooking is strange. Just make what you like. Lazy is... That's the other thing too small to see. Yeah, it is kind of like a knee-jerk reaction to other people's knee-jerk reaction, where it's like, if you hear somebody saying, I'm gonna make pancakes from box mix, what you say is, that's great, cooking is fun, I hope you enjoy it. You don't bully or alienate them or like act so fucking pretentiously to be like, what, you're not making it from scratch? Like, go fuck yourself. You can make food however you want, and I can make food however I want. I got so angry, I like jokingly would say to a guy that I dated that I was cooking or I was baking, and I was just like heating up an oven pizza, or like I had put Pillsbury crescent rolls in the oven. And so he'd be like, you're not baking. You're not baking. You're just making crescent rolls. And I was like, and you and I aren't dating, because you are just making me feel bad about the small amount of effort I'm somehow finding to make in my own life. What a terrible person to have in your life. Bluff. Yeah. Happy Friday. I did 4 streams this week. Is that right? Did I stream on Monday and Tuesday and Thursday and Friday? I can't even remember. You guys, I have brain damage from a traumatic childhood. I have been noticing that I like go to look back on my memories of time and I go, oops, I can't remember any of that. It is all just blending in. So the way that I do remember it is by having fun. So I can't remember exactly what I did, but I can't remember how much fun I had this week. And on Monday, I had so much fun wearing a bright red dress, didn't I? I do remember feeling very fun in my bright red dress. And then I wore a bright red tank top. And then I wore white, and then I wore black. Perfect. Okay, good. I remember the fun of putting on my outfits, even if I don't remember what I did this week. The two crescent rolls are so good anyways. Yeah, I love them. Thank you, Jay. Welcome back for 11 months. Big same. Anyways, Mr. Daddy said that he would love to have another night with me. I told him that I was like, yeah, I've thought about it. But I think I need to clarify with him, wait, do you mean another night just fucking, or are you asking me out on a date? Because I'm gonna have to be really brutally honest with these guys that I'm dating from now on, that I am not here just to sit there and make them feel good. I think I've figured it out. I know how to make my partner feel good. That's not something that I should be working towards in the relationship anymore. I know that I make my partners feel good, and I know that I can do it on autopilot because it's that important to me. But that's not the most important thing in the relationship. The most important thing in the relationship is that my partner is putting an equal effort into making me feel good. Yeah. I don't think I've ever had this perspective on dating before. That's good, right? I think it was really effective. There was like a lot of like TV shows and a lot of movies that really portrayed women as being sort of villainous for having expectations or having standards. And women are told that they're high maintenance if they're like, oh, my partner needs to do things for me to make it worthwhile for me to be in their life. I think a lot of that was really deeply effective for me. I think I was like, oh, I don't want to be that kind of girl. I don't want to be that kind of girl. And now I'm realizing they were telling me to not be that kind of girl because that's who I should be. Maybe I get to be a little bit more sure of what I deserve in a relationship. Yeah. Oh, that's exciting to know. Good for me. Okay, it only took me 34 years, 35-ish years to figure out, but I got there in the end, or I got there in the middle. Thank you, Sam Dog. Sam Dog says, I heard about a local bank that provided loans with 0 interest. When I told the teller that I wanted to borrow some money, he said he didn't care. So silly, so funny, so silly. Ugh, I live for it. I love it. Oh my God. Do you remember the balloons that Mr. Milchick gave Mark at the beginning of season 2? Were there 25 balloons? Anyways, moving on beyond that. Anyone who watched Severance last night, no spoilers, but they understand the significance of the number 25. Okie dokie. No, fuck this high maintenance bullshit. It's just an excuse for them to stay assholes because being a good partner is too high of a standard for them. I've like felt really bad, really weird, like maybe like full of regret this week about what went down with the poet, but now I'm definitely starting to firmly land on, I am better off without him. He was really nice and he was really fun, but he was not the right person for me. He said things and he did things that made me feel confused and wrong, and those are huge red fucking flags. On our first date, we were talking about our exes, which like my physiotherapist last night was like, that's a red flag. She's like, if you go on a first date and you're talking about your ex, you are not ready to be on that date. And if you go on a first date and they're talking about their ex, they are not ready to be on that date. I was like, good to know. Now I know. Thank you. Thank you. So he and I were both talking about our exes. Neither of us ready to be on a date if we're still thinking about our exes. And he was telling me basically that he gave everything to his ex. Like, his ex got the bed. His ex got like the bed frame and the box spring and the mattress. So he's sleeping on like a sort of temporary bed in his apartment. And as he was telling me that on our first date, I was like, oh my God, I hate that. That's terrible. What the fuck? Why? That's awful. I feel like she took advantage of you. And he said, no. I was simply being generous and kind because I'm that good of a partner. And I was like, okay, if you say so. And then weeks later, he uses, oh, actually, I'm so codependent in relationships. I give away way too much. It's actually a huge problem. It's actually such a problem that I can't even date you. Is nonsense. He used the example of being generous and invested in a relationship to draw me in, and then he used that exact same example to then reject me. And all of that is, I wash my hands of that. No, thank you. It's what a crazy game to be a part of. None of us deserve that. We definitely do deserve flowers and date nights planned at nice restaurants with delicious food and fun views and experiences. Okay, I'm all done my stream today. I did it. We had a great time. I'll see you guys on Monday. It'll be wonderful. I'll have worked on memorizing my script for my class, which will be great. I can't tell you anything about the scripts that I'm working on, really. I can't show you the scripts, but we can still talk about them, and that'll be fun. Thank you so much for spending the week with me. I had so much fun. I hope that you did as well. And we're gonna have a great week next week too. Oh, good. Ashely's streaming. Let's see who else is going. Lots of people are still streaming. Oh, good. Okay, let's do Ashely. I love Ashely. She's sassy. She's beautiful. She's wearing, wait, is she wearing green today? I thought she was wearing black today as well. Never mind. She's just wearing a dark green shirt. She's not wearing black, but she's gorgeous nonetheless. Thank you so much for spending the day with me, guys. Yeah. Get on in there. Okay, I'll see you later. Bye.